Dax to me is still the best vocalist on the planet. Period.
It's only the end of the world again. Down by the ocean, the frogmen are sufficient. Oh, but the beast beneath the skin has been whispering, wondering, whispering. It's only the end of the
You just heard Endsmouth from Agents of Oblivion album. This is the Rock Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And yeah, this is technically Acid Bath Part 3, but really we're done with Acid Bath. This is
a
post-Acid Bath.
1/4, 1/5 of the band. 1/4?
Well, we start with 2/5. Because
Okay,
Mike
sure.
Sanchez was on that.
I've always
song.
been bad at math. So.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. It's not my strong suit either, but yeah. So it's going to be fairly well condensed down into kind of one, and kind of the more enigmatic person to emerge from Acid Bath in a lot of ways, and even Sammy spoke to that in the quote that you just heard before Endsmouth, that Dax is just such a unique person. He just, I don't know. I mean, you heard the stuff he did, hopefully in parts 1 and 2. If you're not an Acid Bath fan, but you just wanted to hear stuff on Dax Riggs, and you're just tuning in for part 3 because you're an indie rock fan. Because I'll probably share this on some indie sites, and for people that maybe aren't into the heavier side of things. But I would urge you, if you're a fan of his solo stuff, to go kind of learn to appreciate some of the Acid Bath stuff, because I think it's cool to see like the trajectory of where he came from, and how that stuff sort of influenced some of the weird choices that he'll make throughout this episode. Maybe the
I think it
darker
makes this stuff
lyrics.
makes, if you go back and listen, this almost makes this stuff even more interesting.
Yeah.
Just from like how drastically
Sure.
it's changed, but also tonally it's kind of stayed the same.
Who can you think of? Can you compare him to other people who have emerged out of like really extreme metal bands like Acid Bath that have kind of, I wouldn't say ever went mainstream, because none of this stuff really got like super popular, but like to go in such a radically different direction like this? I'm trying to think of like other people that come to mind. I mean, we mentioned in part 2, people like Anathema and Catatonia who kind of evolved from within, but they still stay in the same band. And they're still performing some of those older songs still.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like interesting that
I can't think of another
Dax
metal
leaves
band.
and just kind of goes and becomes like where he ends up in this on this episode.
Yeah.
It's such a different place. But
I mean, they're not metal at all, but like it's maybe like Red House Painters to Mark Kozlik solo,
To some of his
how like the
solos.
real noisy stuff, and then stripped down acoustic.
Yeah.
that he went on, but it's not. I can't think of another metal.
yeah, that's not, to me,
Front
that's not
person.
as like dramatic.
It's not as dramatic.
Yeah.
No.
So Dax is very singular in that, and as you heard kind of in Endsmouth there, I talked about Agents on the last episode. So for people that maybe haven't heard that, basically this is the first band kind of for Dax post Acid Bath, formed with Mike Sanchez, the guitar player for Acid Bath, and then also Danny Barnett on guitar, Jeff McCarty drums, Chuck Petrie on keyboards, Alex Bergeson on bass. And Dax even plays some guitar throughout the record too. So he kind of does like a Chris Cornell thing where every so often he'll pick up a guitar when needed, but like he'll also let the main guitar guys do their thing.
Don Dokken does the same thing.
Yeah, Don did that as well.
I wonder, like Caius and Queens, like a Josh Homme kind of thing.
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't really a singer though, so it's
He becomes
singular.
a singer, Josh.
Yeah, but he
You know.
didn't start as like a growler and turned into
That's true. That's
He
true.
wasn't a front man, but he
God,
turned
I'm
into a
trying-
really good front man.
Who like, I mean, outside of, Catatonia, Paradise Lost, I mean, the Peaceful 3 type guys like started off as growlers and found pretty good clean voices,
I mean, Paradise Lost, talk about it in every single episode.
Yeah.
I mean, they start as a death metal band, become a synth pop band,
Yeah.
and then slowly go back.
Come back and find themselves. Yeah.
So I guess there's, but
That's
it
pretty
wasn't like a
extreme.
broke off solo thing either.
Yeah, that's true.
Like metal bands usually, it seems like they stick around. They like keep the name and morph and whatever they need to do, but yeah, I think he's like kind of a singular guy, unless there's something real obvious we're not thinking
there's
of.
probably something that we're sort of forgetting. I mean, I don't know. There's people like that did it, and they kind of came out of more mainstream bands and went even like more mainstream. I mean, maybe like David Vincent, like he kind of took some really interesting trajectories.
Oh, like his Genitorture stuff, and
even like, isn't he kind of doing like country type shit right now? Or
Outlaw
something
Country,
like that.
Jason. Outlaw Country.
Oh, okay. I don't mind Outlaw Country, but that's pretty far from Covenant and some of that stuff. So
Yeah.
again, that one doesn't come out as obvious because I don't think he's really had much of a career with that.
It seems more like it's just something he does for fun.
Yeah,
He's not going to turn down a
this seems more heartfelt.
festival show than
Yeah.
to go play with this band. But
Yeah, this seems like a natural progression for Dax, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
Like whereas like what David's doing seems kind of like, I don't know. He seems very tempestuous in his later years, where he's just like kind of a hard guy to deal with. Maybe he
I
always
think
seems that way.
Yeah,
but
that sounds right.
I'll say that. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I mean, we're still in the category that Acid Bath was in, where the lyrics are still talking about, death and decay and desolation and things like that. I mean, even in Endsmouth, I mean, he kind of says it's only the end of the world again, over and over and over again. So even though it's a brighter song in terms of its catchiness, it's kind of playing in more the crooning, melancholic kind of like grungy-ish Soundgarden, Alice in Chains kind of ilk of things. It's still like bleak. I mean, that's bleak shit. It's only the end of the world again, and yet he's turning that into like a sing-along kind of chorus. I mean, it almost feels like
this is about the same time as Anathema was starting to do this kind of like natural disaster and stuff too. So there's the
Judgment, and some of that kind of stuff,
like real. Like on the surface, it seems like
it's
most
like
people could get into
doom pop or doom rock or something like that.
But that's what sets them apart too, because there's not a ton of really bleak. I mean, Radiohead's pretty bleak.
Yeah.
And I definitely feel like there's some Radiohead isms as far as the orchestrations and the way like some of the keyboards,
the way Chuck's keys kind of play out throughout.
But like
I think
the
really
vocal, like harmonizing with himself, stuff too,
true.
where it's just kind of like coming from all sides is.
Well, like Endsmouth, I did some kind of searching around, and apparently the song is a tribute to Neil Gaiman's "Only the End of the World," which is a story about Cthulhu. Which is kind of
I was
cool.
thinking Endsmouth sounds like it's a Lovecraft.
Yeah, so it's kind of a
that's
cool thing, and we're both big fans of Neil Gaiman's comic stuff. So, which I'm kind of excited to hear to see this Sandman thing that's coming out. I can't remember if it's
what is it, a series?
Yeah, it's a series. I can't remember who's putting it out. If it's Netflix or something. Well, I'll have to look up.
I would assume it would probably be HBO Max. Because
it might be HBO Max.
They own.
Yeah.
HBO owns, or Warner Brothers owns HBO, which owns DC Comics.
Sure. Did you ever get into the series that was on Starz, the American Gods series?
No, I never had.
I watched like
Starz.
4 or 5 episodes. It was really interesting. We were just talking about Ian McShane off mic before. And
is he in that?
Yeah, he's great in it.
He's fantastic.
So yeah, if you ever get a chance, I didn't finish it. I watched like 3 or 4 episodes on like a long Australian plane ride home or something like that, and I was like, there's like a lot of nudity, and so I always get really self conscious when I'm watching shit on a plane like that because people are like staring at me.
You gotta put your tray down.
Like, sorry, I'm not
the
a
tray
pervert.
down so they don't see if you
not
have
a pervert.
erection.
No, this was like it was on my laptop. It was like the screen that you can't, like it's a screen everybody, like people in my aisle can see.
Oh yeah,
right. My personal screen.
My last flight coming from California, there's somebody watching this because usually the last couple flights I've been on, everything's like edited. And now it was
international flights don't do that.
Well, this is a Delta flight, and it wasn't edited either. But there was somebody just getting plowed as they're pushing down the cart. I was just like, I kind of like was looking over. And it was like some young, like 20-some-year-old Asian lady watching this, and I was like, "That's cool, man."
Yeah, whatever.
I didn't think there were. And then I looked up a couple movies so I could actually watch something unedited because it was hilarious how much they would edit some of these movies.
I remember 50 Shades of Grey was like a big one that people were watching on one plane ride. Like a lot of women were watching. I was just like, whatever, that's fine.
Those are tame as hell, aren't they?
They're ish. I mean, they're R-rated, so I think they have some stuff going on.
Okay, I've never had the interest in watching it.
Dakota Johnson kind of got naked in Suspiria. So
I'd rather watch Suspiria because it's more interesting than.
I like her nudity at the end of that movie. It's pretty like electric wizardy. It's like fucking.
I still have a hard time with her face because she reminds me of Don Johnson so much.
Just think Melanie Griffin.
Yeah, but now I just think of her weird melted plastic face.
That's true. She does have bad plastic surgery. I've told you my insane. I don't know if listeners have heard it. Mark's definitely heard it. Probably the weirdest thing that happened to me on an airplane with that was I was sitting there watching Les Mis, and
the one with Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, so I was watching Les Mis, and Wolverine's in it and all that shit, and like through the slot in front of me there were 2 people. It was this really like beautiful girl and then like a kind of skeezy dude, and they were like sitting there, and I think they were like an upgraded seat because they had like no feet space. They had all the feet space they wanted in front of them or whatever. And they had a laptop open, and she was editing her porn reel. Nice. They were flying from Australia to LA, I think, to get big. And
was this recent?
No, this is like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I definitely told you this story, but I'm just
thinking of their mindset because you don't have to move anywhere to become big in porn.
That's what I think. Yeah. So this is like a while back.
Yeah.
But
at least
it
I'm
was-
assuming that because
yeah, unless like he was going there. I think he was directing, and so maybe they were like literally going there to like kind of join up the Silicon Valley.
that kind of situation is where George Lucas's Faster, More Intense would actually work.
Yeah. But it was weird. Because I could not, I suddenly stopped watching Les Mis because I just couldn't not, like, I was like, what is going on? And then I realized when she got up to use the bathroom, I was like, that's fucking her.
Oh, so
Like,
you got to
she's
see
sitting,
it, the clip.
she's
and
in front of me watching
that's good,
herself, and I was just like, this is really surreal. I've never really like been in this like situation. And then I was like fascinated from that point on, like watching their interactions, like at like the luggage bin. I was just like, God, I just want to go up and be
the
like,
suitcase falls open, so a bunch of
something.
dildos.
I just wanted to be like, hey, I just wanted to walk up and be like, out of the blue and be like, hey, good,
I
good
really
luck.
like your work.
Good luck. Yeah, good luck to whatever you're doing. Because like
Yeah.
it seemed like your heart was really in it. Like whatever you're doing. So it's just a really weird. That's my strangest airplane like movie watching experience by far. So, but back to Dax. So Neil Gaiman. That's a tribute to that. But yeah, this is a strange one in that like this should have been popular, and I don't know if it's because it was on Rotten Records or you know what, but I don't remember hearing much about this, and I feel like I had an ear to this stuff because I was getting service from Meteor City and TMC, and I was like, if anybody should have come across kind of weird stoner rockish type stuff in 2000.
I don't know how stoner this really is.
It's in that pool though. It's got Queens of the Stone Age aspects to it and some of that, but
I think I think it's so much. It's so vastly elevated from anything that was out at that time.
Yeah.
Then it might have been like, holy, this is too much. Or
Yeah.
just like, what are they trying to? Are they trying to be Radiohead or like?
yeah, I was gonna say, where does this fit? Like, who's marketing this? And you know, is Metal Maniacs covering this? Is Terrorizer covering this? You know,
I mean, it looks like a metal record.
yeah. It seems like it's just very strange that it came out in New Orleans. I don't know.
But that was kind of like a wealth of really great shit that was coming out at that time.
That's true.
As far as like more alternative indie stuff.
Cave In, Wizard, that kind of stuff was starting to like.
Well, even we're talking off mic about like Hours.
Yeah.
And then all the different Will Oldham permutations of Piney Prince Billy and that kind of
House
shit.
music
And,
and
I mean,
some of
there's
we're all over the map.
Mark
at this point.
Kozilek stuff and Red House Painters and
I mean,
there's a lot of shit.
This is right around the time that Last Fear Deal Gone Down came out, and so we were like deep dives into Nick Drake, and I just wish I would have found this stuff then because I think I would have dug it. But
I appreciate this stuff more now.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's nice to find stuff that you missed. I was just telling Jason off mic about I just found a 1975 sci-fi series, Space 1999, on the Tubi app.
Nice.
It's just it's cool that there's still stuff like, because I love that era of sci-fi and I'd never watched it, and when it like completely exceeds your expectations, it's like, oh wow, this is I'm glad that I could see it now instead of just like a passing like affinity for it in the past. So
yeah,
I'm glad that because I totally snoozed on his solo record too.
Oh, for some reason I
remember seeing the cover and I was like,
I tried peddling that too. I imagine, but that was when you were
stubborn.
still living like Ann Arbor area, I think. So we maybe didn't have like we hadn't started the podcast yet. So like when we saw each other, it wasn't like just a full hangout metal playing session, or whatever, like that sort of thing. So
that's
and
divergent.
You can be stubborn about some of that stuff.
Yeah.
But, typically I won't go out of my way to recommend things to you unless I think you would like it, because I know what to not waste. I'm not like,
you got to check out this new Queensryche record.
I know you. Yeah, exactly. We're not going to like waste each other's time, but yeah. So let's kind of talk a little bit about Dax. Sammy's going to talk about Dax after our first talk set here, and we go into some music. But I did come across he's an elusive person, but I did find friend of Mark's and kind of a friend of the podcast in a general sense, Jay Bennett, did an interview with Dax around the time that his first solo record came out in 2007. And he has kind of a cool little write-up at the very kind of beginning that I thought was kind of interesting. He says, before we met Dax Riggs, we're pretty sure we'd never heard anybody mention Obituary and the Fairport Convention in the same sentence, much less as reference points for their own music. For shorthand purposes, we'd been referring to Riggs' solo debut, We Sing of Only Blood or Love, which we'll talk about later in this episode. as the post-grunge Astro Weeks. But as the album spins on our turntable right now for what seems like the 400th time since it came out last year, that description is clearly an oversimplification. With songs about dog-headed whores, demons tied to the chairs in Riggs' brain, and a cover of Richard Thompson's righteous post-Fairport hit Wall of Death, We Sing of Only Blood of Love is an infectious convocation of slow-burning southern balladry, bleary-eyed black and blues, and midnight suicide soul, all of which Riggs presides over with the finest ah-ha in rock and roll, with a little help from ex-Zwan guitarist Matt Sweeney. And so that's kind of an interesting introduction to like just the weird kind of juxtaposition that he sort of has here on this. And so it kind of goes on to sort of talk about a little bit more about Riggs. And I think people already kind of know this from our previous episodes, but it says, to back up a bit, many recall Riggs as one half of Deadboy and the Elephantmen, which we'll be talking about later. Let's see. We Are the Night Sky stirred up a fair amount of well-deserved hype in 2006, that year, on the strength of Riggs' songs and the fact that their lineup was not unlike that of the most famous candy-colored duo in the universe. About White Stripes, yeah. But Riggs has a rich musical history that stretches back years before Deadboy, a history rarely discussed and known only by the most dedicated underground metal scavengers, or fans of Requiem Metal Podcast, because you've heard part 1 and part 2. The truth of the matter is that our main man cut his teeth as frontman for both Acid Bath and Agents of Oblivion, the outcasts of the late 80s, early 90s sludge metal breeding grounds in and around New Orleans, the same swamplands that produced bands like I Hate God, Crowbar, and Soylent Green. As we hunkered down our trusty green shitbox swilling tall boys before Riggs' show at Spaceland in Los Angeles, the singer-songwriter took us on a trip down memory lane. And so I thought I'd share we heard a little bit about Sammy's background, so we'll hear a little bit about Dax. Jay asked him, when did you figure out you could sing? And he said, at a very young age, 3 or 4, I would just sing and have fun doing it. We'd play the guitar and sing all these hillbilly songs. By the time I was 12, I'd be singing Iron Maiden or Testament songs in the school bathroom, smoking cigarettes. And people would be like, hey, you kind of sound like that guy. He says, a lot of it was just singing in the bathroom, recording myself and playing it back. When I listened back, I'd kind of critique it. And he asked him if Acid Bath was his first band. He said, no, I've been in other bands. I quit school when I was like 13 years old and moved to Florida to be in a thrash band with some other juveniles. We all worked at this phone place where you would sell people timeshares and stuff. Ever since then, I've always been pretty much in a band. And he says, what happened with Acid Bath? And he says, well, our bass player, Audrey, died. He was killed in a drunk driving accident. It wasn't his fault. He was just driving with his family, his mom and dad and little brother. A drunk driver hit them and killed them and his parents. That's the real reason it ended. But also, it just wasn't as much fun. It had gotten to be kind of a mechanical organism where people were dependent on us to live. It was too much to handle, and I wanted to get out of it. I'd been wanting to do something different for a while, but everyone in the band wasn't really into. They just kind of wanted to repeat what we had done before. But the main reason was the death of the bass player, who was kind of the in-between guy as far as the super heavy side of the band to the more Simon and Garfunkel side. So it's kind of, some of the things we alluded to in part 2 a little bit there. Mm-hmm. And this is where he kind of gets into kind of some interesting territory for a second, and then we'll get back to Agents of Oblivion. He says, on paper, at least, it's weird. This is what Jay asks him. It's weird to think that 2 guys from that band, you and Sammy, took 2 such vastly different paths. You with Deadboy and now the solo stuff, and Sammy with Goat Whore. But it's really not that weird, is it? And Dax says, no, I mean, I still dig heavy music. I'm just more or less bored with it and feel like it's been kind of sold out. There was a golden age for that kind of music, and now it's just kind of blah, 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 So I guess it does seem kind of weird, but we could all dig doom rock, That's where we all overlapped. And then there was a death metal side and a folkish side, but I still talk to Sammy. He really likes my new record. He wants to do something. I think his attitude has changed, I think he genuinely digs the new record, but I'm pretty sure he didn't like the stuff before. And, he says, Deadboy? That's what Jay asks him. He says, yeah, or even Agents. But he did say he really liked the new record. And that's the first time I've heard him say that about anything I've done. And then he asks him, are you a Goat Whore fan? Not to put you on the spot or anything. And Dax laughs and he says, I think it's some cool stuff as far as that kind of music, but I can't say I've even seen them or would ever want to. I don't want that to sound bad, but that's the reason we split up. That wasn't the direction I wanted to go in. And then he asks him, he says, were you connected with the I Hate God crowd at all? He says, I mean, they were around when we were playing. They definitely influenced us, especially Take Is Needed for Pain. Another one was Exhorder's Slaughter in the Vatican. We were kind of from the sticks, though, you know. We were the Hicks, but everyone dug it because it was different, and we did stretch the boundaries somewhat of that kind of music. I'd never really heard anyone doing all those different vocals before we did it. There was the Exhorder style and the Bathory style, you know, but not both mixed together with like My Dying Bride or something. But in the early days of Acid Bath, we played with I Hate God, Soylent Green, Crowbar, all those bands. Opening for Exhorder was our first big show. They were a huge band in our area in that time. And then they just kind of, he says they were the band that influenced the next generation of heavy music in New Orleans, your generation. That's what Jay says. And he says, yeah, right. They were more extreme than anybody else. I guess I didn't really realize what Exhorder kind of meant for a lot of those bands.
Yeah, I think they definitely had an effect on, even
Certainly
though they won't say.
Yeah, Phil and Pantera.
But I think it pushed Pantera to like where they could,
the
next logical progression of their sound.
But yeah, he says, as far as the violent sound of it and ripping and punching type vocal effects, and they were really nice guys. The first time Acid Bath played with them, they told us we had a lot of soul. They were always good to us. And then there became a rift between what we were doing and the bands that were accepted by the scene, the Panteras, I Hate Gods, and Soylent Greens. And Jay asks, why is that? He says, I don't really know. And then Jay says, it seems like Acid Bath was doing much catchier than any of those other bands. He says, you think that, but I don't know. I think certain people in that camp didn't like the idea of what we were doing. We never really felt like we were part of that scene, you know? And I don't really want to get into it because I have no bad vibes with anybody. But when Pantera played at the big stadium in New Orleans, they mentioned all these local bands, but not us. It's like they almost didn't want to mention us. But people in the audience were screaming our name until they finally said it. And we got the biggest applause of all the bands that he had mentioned. I Hate God, Soylent Green, Graveyard Rodeo. I think I Hate God and White Zombie actually opened that show. That was right near the end of Acid Bath, if I remember correctly. And then this is where finally we get to where we need to get to. And Jay says, did you go straight into Agents of Oblivion after that? And he says, yeah, I kind of fucked around for like a year, I think. I stopped drinking, stopped smoking cigarettes, and started smoking a lot more dope. I kind of went inward. I don't know. And then I thought I'd tie up the contract with some songs that I had written. I'd been writing all kinds of stuff during that period. Some of it was like used by Acid Bath, like Bleed Me an Ocean, and some of it wasn't. A lot of times they just take little parts and work them in. After about a year of that, I started Agents. And Jay says that was pretty short-lived. And he says, yeah, what happened was that we thought maybe we could get out of that record contract with Rotten Records, but we were out on this horrible tour, not making any money. So we were like, fuck this. But I had been planning on doing Deadboy and the Elephantmen since Acid Bath. I even brought it up to them during the second record. I wanted to change the name to Deadboy and the Elephantmen and just do something totally different. So that's a little background on how we get from Acid Bath, the beginnings of Dax, into kind of, Agents of Oblivion, and then what we'll talk about after Agents, which is the Deadboy and Elephantmen. So kind of interesting. It's an interesting perspective, different from Sammy's a little bit, I can kind of relate to. I know people who are like that really. They're people that were like into metal up until like a certain point, and then their taste just kind of took them beyond metal, and they still have like this really good appreciation of like metal that came out from like 81 to like 92, and then they're kind of like over it. Yeah. I feel like sometimes like maybe somebody like a Nicky Anderson might be like that, where he's like, he kind of like grew out of, he got everything he needed. And like, he's just like, he's not really interested in like newer metal stuff.
I think it's an age thing too. Cause I think, from what I've, talking with, Scott Carlson from Repulsion. Yeah. He kind of went the same way. Cause he, after Repulsion, he moved to Chicago, and then, he, was in Cathedral for a little while there. But then when he moved out to LA, he was in like Super Bees, which is kind of like a, garage rock band. Yeah. And I know he's a huge aficionado on that. So I feel like you're always this. I think this goes for like music, movies, toys, anything that you're into. That usually you're more interested in the stuff that happened right before you got into what you got into, because you never really experienced it fully. That's true. So like I really love late 70s, early 80s toys and movies, and like the Hammer horror shit. That's even further back. But the stuff that I didn't get to experience, I don't really care as much about what's the new thing that's coming out. Sure. So I totally get it. But if we didn't have this show, I don't know how deep we dive into a lot of this stuff.
It's true.
I think it kind of depends on
impetus to like stay up on all that stuff as much.
Yeah.
You know, same with Chris. If Chris wasn't still writing for Decibel and a bunch of other things, like he probably wouldn't. We'd all always be metalheads on some level.
Sure, absolutely.
You know, we would never abandon that, but we might fade into like other. You might be more doing stuff with like artwork and comic books a little bit more. Something, you know, something that was like more naturally like I might be reading more history books than say history of music books, you know, or something. But
yeah, like at this point, I think I've been buying more like Iggy Pop records and weird 80s goth shit and whatever the fuck else.
Filling in weird gaps and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that. I'm not getting new releases unless it's like, you know, I got the new Sirathon Ghoul EP. You know, like stuff that I've got the full discography. I like and listen to some new stuff, but I don't need to own it.
Yeah.
Because I find
it's still on vinyl, it's a lot more expensive to own.
It is.
Like I can get like new stuff on Bandcamp for like $10, and I feel like that's okay. Like I can spend $10 to like support a up and coming band that I think is doing something interesting. But
when we had shows, I would, you know, I talk about this probably too much, but I would just I'd buy a shirt or something, but I don't need to add because as a music, I don't think you've really gone through this as much, but I'd always go through purges. I feel like I need to like whittle this down to something, and I always end up regretting it.
Yeah. I think it's because I'm friends with so many people like you and other friends of mine that have purged and regret it that like I'm scared to purge. Because I did purge. I purged a lot at the record store.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was doing when I was working at a record store in last...
Because you're getting trade.
10 years,
like,
I'm trading stuff in.
The temptation is like, if I could just part with this. Like, do I really need this? And now some of that stuff I'm still trying to track down again because I fucking sold it. And I shouldn't have. You know?
Because I was selling like all my old CDs, you know, trading in a shoebox full of CDs for like a Bowie box set.
Yeah, which is that makes sense. You know, like I get some of that. You know,
like the stuff I'm buying now, it's like in between. It's like the stuff I missed, but also the stuff that is really important to certain genres I really like. And, you know, like that, like YouTube Boy. Yeah, I picked that up for the first time. I was like, this is fucking incredible.
I'm glad you did because I can't talk to too many people about how much I enjoyed early U2. So. Yeah, and for people
we were talking about like the cult earlier, like
you know? I've always. I mean, it's funny because I still remember in high school, like sitting in my room and listening to like fucking Morbid Angel, and then putting like Firewoman from the Cult on, and then like, and that was like normal to me, and I had friends that thought that was really fucking strange, but I was like, It was.
I think it was a little more common, a little bit, maybe not that quite that diverse, but like you know, when like the alternative boom came out, it was also like gangster rap was coming out, death metal, like we were listening to all kinds of shit, and then the Doors, and then somebody put on a Pearl Jam CD,
Pink
and
Floyd,
it was like kind of across the board, like everybody had their, you know, the Jimi Hendrix best of CD that you get from Columbia House, and,
exactly.
You know, play Hey Joe and All Along the Watchtower.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so I think like I don't know. I guess our personalities when it comes to like having those kind of diverse perspectives on things, like I think it set me up to enjoy somebody like a Dax and be able to appreciate somebody that has like this eclectic. Yeah, like I think it's cool. You know, like you can tell like this is somebody that's listening to like lots of different things. You know?
Yeah, and I think there's like the scenester people that really identify as one thing. I don't think we've ever identified as just one thing.
No,
I mean I don't want to be in just one. I don't want to be identified as just, he's that metal guy, or he's, you know, that comic book guy, or whatever it might be. I don't want to just be that.
I always find it refreshing that people who know me for a while then find out that I like do this like metal podcast. They're just kind of like, because I don't fit whatever stereotype they think in their mind of like what that's supposed to be. Yeah, like they don't even really have like a real sense of that. You know,
I think they might think of what that the listener last show talked about, like
the talking about
where it's basically like the morning zoo. Yeah.
I mean, we're excited. I'm happy to be here, Mark. I don't know about you, but I'm also like I'm also like under control.
No, I feel like this is, if I would have put this much effort into college, I would have got even. I graduated summa cum laude.
Hey,
but I don't know where that falls. Is that 2 below cum laude?
I don't know.
Or the valedictorian or whatever.
I don't know.
I barely graduated high school, so like I'm really interested and engaged in stuff I care about.
Sure.
And if I don't care about it, I really skate by.
Yeah. I was I had friends that were like that, and I can appreciate that. I have students that are like that and they'll be honest about things. They're like, you know, I love your class, but I'm failing like all my other classes. I'm just like, but just play the game. They're like, You're like, okay. Like, as long as you graduate, that's just like, that's the main thing. Just get your fucking diploma and get the hell out of here if that's what you need to do. But
yeah, go get a trades job.
I'm much better at playing the game sometimes. I don't know.
Oh, I hate authority so much. I can't.
I do too, but like I find ways to like beat authority in like different ways. Like I play the game enough that I'm allowed to teach rock and roll history in film class, and everybody leaves me alone.
Well, I think you
so
know
it's
how
like
to
a
play.
weird,
You can play the long game more than I can.
Yeah.
If it's too, it really depends on what is it worth it.
Yeah.
What am I getting out of this? I can play it if it's that kind of thing. But if it's like, oh, you've got to follow the rules and not speak up about things that are annoying you or you think are inefficient, or I have a really hard time with that.
That's where you just have a teacher group chat. That's where like we exercise all our demons.
True.
It makes me feel better about life that like other people in my building are feeling the same way I am about things. So
yeah. Normally I don't have that group mentality because I've been doing my own thing for the last 15 years.
You're like a solo artist. Yeah. Exactly. You're like a Dax.
Sometimes I'm a solo electrician. Sometimes I'm a solo artist. Sometimes I sell toys on eBay. Whatever it takes.
Yep. I was gonna sing a lyric from Rage Against the Machine where he says, "I'm a soloist. I'm a solo." Yeah, never mind. I won't do that to you. All right. So Ages of Oblivion is it's a one and done kind of thing, but I would urge people who are, I think this is probably the easiest thing to pick up for Acid Bath fans. It's probably the closest. It's got Mike playing guitar, and so it's a.
This is kind of hard to find though.
I was able to find it on CD. Maybe
wasn't it kind of expensive?
This one might have been. I can't remember. I bought these like a couple months ago.
They are on Spotify and stuff too.
Yeah, but it's definitely like worth checking out. They even do. I didn't mention this in part 2 when we played Dead Girl, but strangely enough, they do an electric version of Dead Girl on Agents of Oblivion, which is funny because obviously the acoustic version was on Acid Bath, so it's like an inverse of like what the expectation would be. Yeah. So I think I prefer the acoustic version, strangely enough, because it stands out so much in the midst of like the Acid Bath backdrop, whereas like the electric version's just like, it sounds like an Agents of Oblivion
just
song.
Another song.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so the trio of tunes that we're going to hear from this Agents of Oblivion record, in addition to Endsmouth, is we're open with Hangman's Daughter. Cool tune. Very cool. Mark mentioned before, he was talking about the keyboards. Chuck's keyboard textures are really, to me, like the MVP of this song. They're really, really neat. I said I said, don't be fooled by the surface like Buckley Cornell kind of soulful beauty, because there's this like death doom folk kind of reminiscent, I said, of like Nick Cave's like murder ballads in terms of just like how dark shit gets in this.
Yeah, that's that like American Gothic thing he's got going on.
For sure. I mean, one lyric in this is, "No man can hold what the darkness can sow, gonna leave an ugly skull when you go. Tongues like horns, violently born and new, soul. The soft dead awake, alive in love, hard for the hangman's daughter." So, could this, I mean, this stuff, like you can almost picture some of these songs on the radio in this kind of era, maybe more early 90s is where it would have fit probably better, but it definitely still has that Dax dark quality to it.
I could see Johnny Cash on some of the American recordings doing a Dax song.
Yeah. I mean, he did Will Oldham.
Yeah.
I think they are almost, I think you're speaking to that
he
a
did,
little bit too.
I See a Darkness.
I See a Darkness. Yeah. From Bonnie. And he backs him up on it.
Yeah.
Which is cool. I mean, what an honor.
Yeah.
Not everybody got to do that,
and Danzig wrote him, that song 13.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. I know.
And he wrote Roy Orbison a song as well.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah. That was like a couple years ago, he did a very like smiley, Rolling Stone video interview that's online.
Okay.
He's very open about like, he's just seems like super stoked that that was like a career highlight. He got to do those two things.
I bet. I know like Soundgarden talks about how like it rocked their world for him to do like
Rusty
Rusty
Cage.
Cage and stuff like that. But even Beck, he did a Beck song. I know Flea plays some bass on the second. The second.
Was there 3 of them or 4?
It's 5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay. They
Actually,
did a box set a couple years ago. But it's too much.
Matt Sweeney, who has something to do with the first Dax solo record, he
Produced
played. He played on. I think he was on most of the 5th Johnny Cash record too.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So playing with Iggy Pop, so he's kind of an interesting Renaissance man. Of
he's
sorts.
interesting. He's got a bunch of YouTube stuff too.
Okay,
He's got like a Vice show, or I think it was Vice, where I think I was just talking to you about this off mic last week. But he sits around and he'll like did an interview with like James Williamson from the Stooges, and
we were he's talking about that, about the techniques.
Yeah, he's playing. They're like playing guitar together and stuff. And if you like 8-minute YouTube videos about real nerdy shit, they're really fun.
Yeah, that'll be one of my summer goals, is to like get down some like. I don't sit in front of a computer screen very often at school. I'm moving around, but in the summertime, I'll have some dead time.
Yeah.
Pull up some YouTube on my movie screen down
here.
Yeah. Just sit and fucking. That's when I usually catch up on all my missing Hot Ones episodes and things that I just need to marathon.
Oh, there's that huge, the 40th anniversary Anthrax series.
And that Enslaved thing I still have to watch.
That's real good.
Yeah.
Plus, they've got the different live streams they've been doing.
Okay. Yep. So lots to take care of this summer.
Yes.
So. And so from Hangman's Daughter, we go to Phantom Green, and this to me has like hit written all over it. You know, I was telling Mark, it's been driving me crazy for about a month. What the fuck, the vocal hooks in this song, especially around like the 2.5 moment, where he really hits these like kind of emotive, kind of ballady, kind of like vocal hooks. I was telling you that it was like reminding me of something from like 80s hair metal. I was thinking Tesla, something that had like a little bit more integrity than some of that stuff did. And you pointed out it kind of reminded you of Sebastian Bach, and I was like, okay. And then you even heard like even some of that like important-y feeling that like November Rain and some of that kind of stuff sort of has. Yeah,
like just orchestration.
Yeah.
So I mean, even on the like the last song we were talking about, Hangman's Daughter, there's even like a Failure vibe.
Oh yeah, I could
hear
like that
kind of like bleak pop music.
Yeah, it's like melancholy pop or melancholy alternative or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think I would like Failure as much if they weren't kind of sad.
Sure. Yeah, they would just be run of the mill.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I've started to really get into lately. I always had the first 2 records, and I don't know why I didn't go further with them. But Hum, like I've really like started to pull those out again.
I haven't listened to those in years.
They hold up surprisingly well. Like
I think I had the one whatever has a zebra on the front of it.
Yeah, that's like the popular one that has stars on it. But even the stuff after that reminds me of like kind of like Failure, No Twist. Like it just has that like it's off center enough that like it's really interesting to me. Nice. And just mammoth riffs. And you're just like, all right, fuck, man. How these guys weren't more. I mean, they were popular for a moment with Stars, and it was like a one-hit wonder for them. But they kind of like just kind of kept like a quiet career going for a while, and I didn't really ever appreciate that about them. So. And it fits in with the aesthetic of like this kind of stuff, Ages of Oblivion, you know. Actually, my student teacher that I just had was a huge Hum fan. I kind of turned him on to this record, and he was like, "Oh, this is really fucking cool." I'm like, "Yeah, same era as Hum too," you know. But yeah, so Phantom Green, you know, it's just got this like aching kind of classic rock ballad quality to it. You know, there's like McCarty does some really cool stuff on the drums. I said there's this like kind of percussive bombast that he does that's really pretty awesome.
He's making a lot of decisions that aren't the obvious choices.
Yeah.
And it's I think Acid Bath did it as well, but where everybody's kind of given their room to breathe a little bit, but also to like add another little layer to the song. It's not like nothing's arbitrary.
Yeah, it's not written the way like a constructed like pop or rock song usually is. It's a little more loose and open.
Most of these sound like they've all been jammed on. Like they start out with like a jam idea and then layer. Like Dax comes in with like 4 different vocal harmonies to put over the top of it. And
when I wonder, I didn't really cross-reference as much to see how much of this stuff had been things that Dax was like dabbling with back when he had like this little side thing called Daisy Head and the Moon Crickets, but so some of this stuff could have been like reformed over, you know what I mean? Like refined through like a series of years.
Yeah. As we go on through the episode, I think most of he has a certain kind of signature to his songwriting, but it can be adapted to these very specific kind of groups.
Because he rotates through musicians a lot. You know, he's the only like kind of singular force through this whole episode.
Yeah. He seems to work as somebody who makes stuff, I'd have a hard time. I think it'd be really difficult to find a group of people to work on. Like if I was going to do a comic project where I was going to hire an inker and a colorist and a letterer, I would be pretty hands-on. I'd want to find people that kind of would listen to what I wanted to say, and they could add it without having the personality to butt with mine.
Yeah. I mean, what you and I do here is pretty unique because we sort of understand each other because of being best friends, but like that's rare to be able to kind of
to respect each other's
creatively.
Yeah, like here's Jason's strength, here's mine. Like if I need, like you assume when I need to say something, or when you think I'm going to say something about have an idea, like we can kind of like
sure.
We kind of guess, what each other's going to bring to the party.
Sure. But I know
it's like a marriage, like a respectful marriage.
Absolutely. But I know like the things like I do where I'm in charge of like organizations, like I'll co-run those with people. And I know like I have a tendency that when I have a vision for things, and maybe it's the only child in me and living alone for like a lot of my life, like it's like I have the eyes on the prize, and I sometimes get tunnel vision with it. And it's not rudeness to not communicate that to like other people I'm working with. It's just like this drive, and it's like shit's just got to get done, and I don't stop to like explain everything that I'm doing in that moment. And that's the hard part for me creatively, if you're collaborating with somebody, to like make sure that you're like always like walking everybody else with those steps so that they don't feel like they're left behind or they're out of the loop sometimes. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's really been something I've struggled with. I've gotten better through the years in working and communicating that, but I know like my roommate's sister, who helped me run PLT, which is a little kind of leadership group that I sort of did. I think sometimes I didn't always communicate that stuff, and she didn't always ask. And so like, I think there maybe were some like kind of hurt feelings at times there on like both our parts, like because we didn't really realize. I wanted her to like ask, hey, is there something going on that I need to be part of? But I was also stuck at school trying to answer all the questions because the kids always came to me because I'm at school. And so shit just had to happen. And I didn't need to have a meeting to explain it to like, do you know what I mean? Yeah. It was like decisions had to be kind of made then. And
people that have the kind of level of focus that we have about stuff is intimidating. And people have told that before. Like it's hard to, you're so into it that I don't really know what to say. And I don't want to ask questions because it seems like it's intimidating because we're so deep into stuff.
And I'm actually really open to like that stuff. As a teacher, I'm incredibly open to answering questions. And I hate that like people feel that way sometimes because like if we have Requiem fans out there that don't like send in stuff because they're like, I don't want to sound dumb by asking you guys stuff. No, like absolutely ask us like,
anything.
Yeah, we're kind of into that, but I don't know.
I'll be the first to admit when I don't know something.
Yeah. We don't know a lot of things. We're always interested in knowing things. We just don't. We're just on the struggle to find that stuff. You know? So, but yeah. So like the song like lyrically kind of does like a kind of interesting lyrical stuff. He says, just a cold millennium in another dry age, the vanishing man has madness to sow. There are secrets he knows that have never been told. I was sleeping with the insects. Phantom green is the color of the sky. It's the color I see when I close my eyes. Like it's beautiful. I mean, if you're not familiar, if you didn't listen to part 1 and 2, we talked a lot about the way that Dax kind of approaches his lyric writing. And, in Hangman's Daughter and Phantom Green, he's a little bit more streamlined. It's less insane as his acid bath.
It's more mature.
Stuff. Yeah. It's definitely more mature, and he's becoming a better songwriter, which, I think Jay Bennett will ask him about later, and I'll kind of bring that up a little bit, later in the episode, that he's getting better as a songwriter. But there's still like, he can't escape those themes of sort of darkness and those kind of murder ballad, doom and gloom, and kind of morbidity type stuff.
I mean, there's a, like, even like going back to like Will Oldham stuff, there was always a real kind of like this Appalachian fucking depression in a lot of that stuff. But that was what made it interesting, and how lo-fi it was. But I think that's I don't know if you can necessarily ever get away from that. I think that's like who you are. Mm-hmm. Like, I think he probably sees the darker side of most things.
Yeah, he's just tapped into that.
Yeah, like I wrote about the whole Agents of Oblivion record, and especially his vocals, is that he was where was I? Over like this whole, like, I understand why he stopped screaming. It was like it was like slowly unscrewing like a fire plug, and as he was doing it, he figured out like how much he could really do until the solo record, the whole thing came off, and it's just anything is possible.
Yeah.
Like he's just slowly like this pressure release, letting that, like trying stuff out. The vocals in Acid Bath where they're like drenched in like the first record with lots of effects and stuff on them.
Yeah.
And then by the second one, it's getting there, and then it's just like a fucking hallelujah moment when everything just kind of comes together.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of a nice little Buckley kind of illusion there.
Yeah.
And the song's kind of interesting. I'm not sure what the connection is, but it ends with a cool, like a clip from the Burton Ed Wood movie, which is very underrated.
It's a
Burton
great.
It might be my favorite.
Landau won the Oscar for that.
Yeah, yeah. It didn't get nominated for Best Picture though. I know that was kind of a big contentious sort of thing.
No, that might be the best biopic I've ever seen. Even though it's not really a biopic. It's like
that'd be hard for me to say that, but it's definitely up there.
I just in general don't like biopics because they're formulaic. That's why Walk Hard is so right on the money.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I love Walk Hard. Walk Hard's like MacGruber. It just gets better with age. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I could see that, but I mean, I think it's like it's almost like the clearest, most well executed Tim Burton vision. You know, I think
I would agree.
I think you got that. Big Fish is up there because that's so personal for him about his father dying. I think strangely enough, Batman Returns is like well executed on almost all the Burton levels. It's maybe not a great Batman movie. It's kind of a hot mess, but it's like a kind of a perfect Burton fucking like German expressionism fest. Look at what he's trying to achieve there. Walken's great. Danny DeVito's great. Like everybody's like at their like they're kind of insane.
Yeah, I think the reason the Ed Wood one sticks out more is because it feels like he didn't have to rely on genre.
For sure. Yeah.
I mean, he relied on genre a little bit, but he took with Depp's performance.
Yeah.
It's not cartoon.
Yeah.
Like they're not saying like, oh, this is the worst filmmaker ever. Like he loved making films.
Yeah,
he was just really bad at it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I could respect passion on that level.
Everything about it, just like even like the weird, like the cross-dressing stuff felt very Burton.
Sure.
But there wasn't. It was like it was like John Waters more than Burton.
Yeah,
I think in a certain way. But yeah, I think I need to rewatch that.
It's great. Yeah.
I just found it in my DVD annex.
Oh, nice.
Of the stuff that doesn't fit on my one shelf. So
yeah, and Landau's so great, and I didn't realize that Juliet Landau was in it as well before she played Drusilla.
She's in that?
Yeah, she's like in a very minor role in the movie.
Okay.
So yeah, which is kind of cool because like I knew Martin Landau was kind of.
I knew him more from North by Northwest as the bad guy.
Yeah.
Fighting
and
on
was he
sexually or the.
Yeah, he's also like. Was he on like a 60s spy show too? He was on a.
I think he was on. Was he on Mod Squad?
Something like that. Yeah, I can't remember.
But then, Space 1999, and he was in X-Files?
Yeah, he's in the X-Files movie.
X-Files movie,
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's the guy that
he's he's a really great character actor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's fun. So, but yeah, so there's like a little outtake of him kind of playing Bela Lugosi, talking at the end of that tune. So
I wonder if that goes back to Bauhaus because we know how he likes his goth music.
That could be. Yeah, could be like a little ode.
Bela Lugosi's dead. Who knows?
Yeah,
who knows?
So. And then we'll end this set with Ash of the Mind from Ages of Oblivion. Basically, not a lot to say about this song. Kind of has like a OK Computer Radiohead meets like Queens of the Stone Age kind of feel to it. Just kind of a fun.
Yeah, I think anybody that was doing experimental music around this era can't escape OK Computer.
That was such a monumental record. It's hard to explain that to people because Radiohead sort of. They have like a lasting place today. Like people know of them.
Yeah.
Like even my kids have sort of like offhandedly heard about them in the way that like I kind of offhandedly had heard of like things that were 20 years old in like the early 90s. Like people made references to stuff and I'd be like, okay, but I don't know enough about it yet, but then my kids will sometimes pick Radiohead for their final project and they'll come back and be like, that was really cool. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad you dug it. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason people talk about this for a reason, but
it's like the closest thing we got to, I don't know if it'd be like, I'm trying to think of like a what the modern version they were of, like as far as like almost like Beatles, as far as a pop band
that like influenced
mainstream,
everybody.
But that ended up really pushing themselves more than anybody ever expected.
Yeah,
because you hear Creep, it's like, okay, that's cool, but it sounds just like another alternative kind of song.
The Bends was like a big level up, and then
the
Bends, it was like, whoa, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, maybe Pink Floyd was kind of Pink Floyd, the Beatles, although, Floyd was popular prior to Dark Side, but, that's kind of what OK was for them. It was like a big breakthrough kind of creative moment, almost. So, but yeah, so we got Ash of Mind. So we're going to start with, first you're going to hear from Sammy for our last time. So we'll say goodbye to Sammy and his perspectives on things. If you've been listening to the first two parts, you obviously got lots and lots of Sammy's insights into Acid Bath and all that. Here he's going to talk a little bit about Dax and what Dax means to him, Agents of Oblivion a little bit. Then we'll go into Hangman's Daughter, Phantom Green, and Ash of the Mind. So I guess the final kind of question that I have, because we're doing this as kind of a two-parter, the first part's looking at really kind of Acid Bath, and then the second part's looking at a lot of the sort of post Acid Bath stuff that you did and that Dax and Mike did and stuff. You just kind of talked about Crowbar and Goat Whore. Do you have kind of thoughts or opinions that you don't have to share, but like about some of the directions that some of the guys that you were in the band with kind of have gone in, things you thought were kind of cool or unique, or that you were
Inevitable.
like, hey, yeah. I mean, because I've read that you kind of dug the first solo Dax record from 2007, but I didn't know like what you thought of like what him and Mike were doing in Agents and stuff, or
I mean, Agents to me, well, that's kind of where, how can I say this? It's kind of where Dax and Mike wanted to be at the time. They were kind of shying away from the real heavy shit and all that. So it's kind of where they were going. I mean, it's a great record. Don't get me wrong. In my opinion, Dax to me is still the best vocalist on the planet, period. That's just my opinion.
Yep.
That's my opinion. He cannot be touched by anyone. I'm sorry. And that's my opinion. But, I mean, everything he does, he just has that voice that when you hear it, it's such a unique voice. And he has such a unique way of his delivery that, it's, when you hear it, it's him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And when you hear it, if you don't know it's him, you're like, who the hell is this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I've never heard this before.
Exactly. So he has that thing, that, like I said, to me, in my opinion, Dax Riggs is the best vocalist on the planet. Maybe I'm biased, but that's how I think about it now. Until he does something that really disappoints me, he will continue to be my favorite vocalist.
That's awesome, for sure. And then Jimmy, how come Jimmy stopped playing after Acid Bath? He's such a talented guy. I just kind of you would assume he would join up with somebody maybe, but I don't know.
I think, he was in the Agents of Oblivion at the beginning when they were starting
demo stages. Okay.
Yeah. Then he just kind of just wasn't into it anymore, just
Sure.
kind of, was, some people just give up,
Mm-hmm.
Some people are just like, I'm done fighting, fuck it.
Yep. Yeah.
Done struggling.
Yeah, well, the struggle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I need some money.
Struggling artists. Yep. Absolutely.
It happens.
Mm-hmm. So I guess give us an update for people besides the stuff you're doing for Acid Bath with the back patches and stuff like that. What other musical happenings are you kind of undertaking? Is there new Goat Horse stuff happening in the works, or just anything you want to share?
Actually, I am leaving on Sunday to go up to Orlando to finish tracking the new Goat Whore record.
Nice.
So that's probably going to come out, I'm assuming, next year. I'm hoping. We're trying to shoot at the end of this year, but that's not happening. So probably early next year, expect a new Goat Whore record. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. Let's just say it's going to be a little bit more angry than the last record we put out.
Okay.
Because I mean, I feel that, Vengeful Ascension, it's a great record, don't get me wrong, but I felt it was a little melancholy, and this new record is extremely angry and very, very, very much more energetic than the last record.
have no home. Haunted, despised, living like an animal. The jungle is my home. But I shall show the world that I can be its master. I shall perfect my own race of people. A race of atomic supermen that will conquer the world!
It was sometime in the fall of 2002, driving to the studio in the van with my old band Cable. We were listening to Crowbar's Oddfellows Rest album. Peter Ferris, the other vocalist in the band, had asked me if I had ever listened to Acid Bath. I said I was familiar with them, but not a huge fan. From there, the conversation started down the Nola band family tree and the Sammy Duet connection to bands like Acid Bath, Crowbar, and Goat Whore. After our recording session on the drive home, Pete suggested I check out the band Agents of Oblivion and their self-titled album from 2000. Agents of Oblivion had the singer of Acid Bath, Dax Riggs, on the mic. That was his new band. He put the CD in. Within the first 10 seconds, I was hooked. The opening line, "It's only the end of the world," carried such a darkness with it, and when the whole band kicks in a short time later, I knew this would be a much different journey than the Acid Bath records I had checked out. Later that year, I found out Agents of Oblivion had already split up, but Dax Riggs, the vocalist, already had put together a new band called Deadboy and the Elephantmen. I was very intrigued by this name. I anxiously awaited to hear this project. Blown away by the Agents of Oblivion project, I didn't know what would be next. Needless to say, I was not disappointed. Deadboy and the Elephant packed the same melancholy and darkness as the Agents album did. There was another Deadboy album that followed that had a very different dynamic. More stripped down, almost like a 70s Detroit MC5 vibe to it. After that album, Dax started to release albums under his own name, Dax Riggs. I'm a fan of everything Dax has done, and he remains a huge influence in my music. I also believe he's one of the most underappreciated songwriters of my generation. Dax hasn't done a record in a while. I anxiously await the next one.
That was Ash of the Mine, Phantom Green, and then we opened up with the Hangman's Daughter before we heard Final Words from Sammy.
Not the Black Coat's Daughter.
No.
But it's a good movie. You
Good
should
movie.
watch.
I did watch it. Yeah.
I was pointing at the listeners.
Okay. I was like, hey, yeah, that's one I've seen. Yeah, I'm trying to. I know we talked about some of the newer stuff that we've seen lately. I'm trying to think of any other horror stuff besides Shocker and Texas Chainsaw 3. I don't know. I think that's all I've seen recently.
I haven't watched. I mean, I just fucking watched Empire Strikes Back yesterday.
There you go.
So.
I mean, I watched Fast Times at Ridgemont High for
the
like a million times.
despecialized edition.
Oh yeah.
Which is the only way to go.
Sure, yeah. I need to put those on. I picked those up like a year ago.
It's tough with like New Hope, like remembering all the crap they threw in there, even the stuff that you didn't realize, like, oh shit, just like little tiny things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's nice just seeing nothing fucked with, no CGI.
Yeah.
No, as much as I like the dude that played Boba Fett in the later on movies.
Sure.
I like to hear Jeremy Brett's voice in it instead of this New Zealand dude.
Yeah. Hey, which I have a signed. Here's I got a signed Boba Fett thing somewhere.
Jeremy Brett, it's not the original Boba Fett.
No, it's the guy who was in him. Jeremy.
Isn't that Jeremy Brett? No, Jeremy
Brett.
Brett's he played Sherlock Holmes.
No, but it's Jeremy somebody though. It's I can't remember his last name, but it's that guy. It's a signed. It's a signed Funko from that guy. So
yeah, Jeremy Brett was on the PBS Sherlock Holmes series from the 70s that I like quite a lot.
I haven't seen that one.
it's quite good.
I only know from the 70s. Was that when Plummer played Sherlock Holmes?
That was like Murder by Decree or something.
Which I love.
That's a great.
I just got that for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
on
That's
Blu-ray.
really good.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, if you like Sherlock Holmes, it's where he goes after Jack the Ripper. It's pretty cool.
Isn't that Meyer that did Wrath of Khan?
Oh, is it?
I think
the same director.
I think he did a Sherlock Holmes movie too. No, he did a Sherlock Holmes movie. It's like time travel with we saw his head get chopped off earlier.
Oh, from The Omen?
Yeah, David
Hemmings?
No.
Attenborough? No, I don't know. No, I'm just
David Warner.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah, you got it.
Played Primeval or whatever and Time Bandits.
Oh man.
Or just Evil, it was his name.
So how did we get? Oh, okay, we were talking about movies somehow. I don't know.
Black Coat.
Oh, that's what it was. Black Coat's Daughter. Yeah, that's a really cool horror movie. I dig both. It's the one actress from Mad Men, and she's also plays the Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
No. Oh yeah, Don Draper's daughter.
Yeah,
I forget the actress's name.
Yeah, but she's great on the Sabrina Teenage Witch. Have you watched any of that, by the way, on Netflix?
No, a friend of mine was telling me about it, but I haven't
It's
watched it.
kinda
I don't
like-
have Netflix anymore.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Until the Toys That Made Us and like the next Cobra Kai season comes back.
I can give you my Netflix, honestly, at this point. It's just fine. But it's good. It's got like it's way darker than you would like suspect it to be. Like kind of like how Buffy had like subversive like kind of violence and darkness and themes that were like way more adult than they probably should have been at the time that they sort of came out and stuff. It's kind of has that sort of feel, but it's good. It's, you know, for being like an Archie's thing or whatever kind of, I don't know. I never read
it's in the
comic.
Archie universe.
Yeah, but it's like, it's definitely like devil worshipping kids and witchcraft, and you're just like, okay,
cool.
they just go for it, you know, it just kind of balls out. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're on our way now. We've got one more Agents tune to sort of play. There were some like outtakes from when this first record was sort of put out, and this is kind of a fun one. We won't really talk too much about it because it kind of speaks for itself.
If you haven't heard it, then shame on you.
Yeah.
The original.
Hopefully you know the original, but what's cool about like when you hear somebody cover something from like the Misfits, like Skulls, for example, which we're gonna hear, is Skulls is such a morbid fucking song. But like when you hear it as a kid, when I was driving around in high school listening to this on tape, like we just fucking sing along, like mindlessly without thinking about what we were singing along to, and that's kind of the beauty of Misfits.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like real kind of questionable lyrics, and I mean, but think of how old these guys are at the time. That's what everybody was doing.
Just like psycho morbid punk, you know, death punk or something like that, you know. But like when Dax sings it, like he sort of strips it of all that fun aspect, and you realize like, you know, it reveals the eerie more kind of morbidity of that's really always been at the song center of like having people's like faces on your wall and like Texas Chainsaw Massacre type shit, you know? So I think that's kind of cool that like Dax, who's kind of known for being
putting the heads of little girls on his wall.
Well, maybe not Dax, but like he, you know, he's known for having this like kind of crooner quality, and yet when he does like a more beautiful version of like this kind of perceived to be, you know, scary band, it actually makes it like twice as scary.
Yeah,
in a cool way. You know what I mean?
It's
like,
what you're talking about earlier,
the
like Nick Cave murder ballads thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's like a haunting kind of crooner kind of quality.
Because like, yeah, Nick Cave can kind of sound fun and maybe a little, I don't know how much, geez, I can't think of his fucking name now. He's in every Jim Jarmusch movie, it seems like.
Oh, Tom Waits.
Tom Waits. Like, I don't get Tom Waits. I mean, I get what he's trying to do, but it doesn't do anything for me.
I kind of dig.
He's like this weird
rain dogs or rain
kind of like
dances,
you know, weirdo town troubadour kind of thing.
Sure.
And I get it, but I don't really like it.
Yeah.
I like him more as an actor than
I prefer Captain Beefheart, if that makes sense. Like I'm more into that
I would
sort of style, you know, which is where I think Tom's kind of coming from a little bit. I just think of Tom Waits and Fishing with John. River of men. Like that's I want more of that shit, and I'm sure it's there. I just haven't dug into Tom Waits.
I would with Tom Waits, I want to hear just like him do a bunch of like Marty Robbins ballads, or something, because that's I feel like that's what his voice. It's like sea shanty songs. There's like you know,
and I bet there's you and I would probably be the first to admit it. That like I haven't spent enough time with Tom Waits to like have a full like I've delved here and there, and I have friends that have been into him, and I can, like I said, I think I can appreciate it more than. But I'm sure there's a space for it if I ever like sat down and spent some time with it. Probably like somebody that like cursory just listens to Leonard Cohen might not like get it. There's like what's the deal with this guy until you really. You know, go there.
He was more immediate for me for some reason. I don't know.
He's easier to listen to for sure. He's more romantic. There's like kind of that kind of mystical quality to Conan's vocals that I think are kind of cool.
But I really like the shit where he like almost lost his voice, and he's got like these gospel backup singers too.
Oh, like in the future, stuff like that. Yeah, waiting for the miracle. Yeah,
just some old man talking with these like great soul singers behind him.
It was pretty interesting. But no, speaking of Tom Waits, one of the movies I did see that I was telling you about, I think off mic, is the Seven Psychopaths, and he's one of the seven psychopaths in the movie, and his story is really fucking badass in it. It's cool. I don't want to ruin it because I think I picked it up at the library for 13 cents, so you can borrow it from me.
All right. I'll give you a 15-cent down payment.
Totally cool
Nice.
Movie, you know. But Yeah, so we get Skulls as kind of our endpoint with Agents of Oblivion, and then we transition into the first of the Deadboy and Elephantmen kind of records. And this is where one that can kind of be confusing if you're kind of just getting into this stuff, because my version of this record, which is If This Is Hell, Then I'm Lucky, does not say Deadboy and Elephantmen on it. In fact, it says Dax Riggs on it. And so it's sometimes been marketed as a Dax solo record, but in fact, it's really the first Deadboy and Elephantmen record. And this is basically a band formed out of the ashes of Agents of Oblivion. They lasted from about 2000 to 2007. And it's mainly Chuck Petrie, the keyboard player from Agents and Dax. By 2001, and I may get some of this wrong, so if you're a hardcore fan, like, it was hard to put all this together. By 2001, they add Jason Dupre on guitar, Christopher Gastro on bass, and Jeff Lecomte on drums. And then I think Nicky Rhodes Jr. at one point sort of joins up on guitar. They create an 8-song demo in late 2000, whereupon Nicky and Chuck then leave. So Chuck, this is where it gets kind of confusing. So Chuck came from Agents. Chuck may or may not be Audie's brother or cousin. Same last name as the bass player from Acid Bath. Chuck helps him found Deadboy and Elephantmen. They do demos, and then Chuck exits. So most of the songs that are recorded on that 8-song demo end up being re-recorded for this debut. And this is how you get If This Is Hell, Then I'm Lucky. And then basically they add some of those people that I just mentioned, and they join up to the band, re-record a lot of these songs, and it's released in 2002. And it quickly goes out of print. And then eventually it's reissued later by Rotten, and it's released on Rotten as a Deadboy record, and then it's re-released on Fat Possum, which is the record that puts out Dax solo records, and it's called Dax. So it gets all very murky, all very confusing. So I apologize. So if you're trying to keep score at home, then it's pretty tricky. But this, I guess the biggest difference between like Deadboy and say Agents is, to me, like there's a much more of a psychedelic garage kind of feel that's kind of being thrown in a lot more than what we heard on like kind of earlier releases. And I think that's an as of the time too thing. I mean, 2002 is right when kind of like the White Stripes are kind of on their ascendancy a little bit, and you're starting to see a kind of a garage rock revival underway a bit.
Yeah, it's like when what was it, like the Hives and
all the Swedish kind of stuff was going on.
What's the other band?
The Vines, the Hives.
They were. I like the first record a lot.
I know the kind of bands you're talking about.
The 2 words, something the light. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know on that one. Yeah. Mark will
look
look it up.
I don't even know how to look it up.
Yeah, you don't even know where to start. Yeah. Bands that sound like the Hives.com.
Jesus.
But, so like it's clear from like the very impetus, and the opening song we'll hear after we hear that Skulls cover is Strange Television. I just said it's clear that this is a different, more psychedelic kind of alt-rock Dax with a darker synth-driven soundscapes, kind of like garage rock Pink Floyd, with some 13th floor elevators. It's got hand drums and a piano respite kind of going on, and Dax kind of soulfully doing some kind of rock god stuff around the 420 mark. Like this is the Warren Zevon-isms? Yeah, it's definitely more, it's just more like he's more confident, clearly and stuff.
I think that I feel like some Dolls in there too. Some Dolls vibes.
Some
like in the Bombast, I think.
Yeah. I always want to call him by his like his 80s
Buster
name.
Poindexter?
Buster Poindexter, but Johansson.
David Johansen.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that our fucking brains can hold all these fucking facts.
It's just a lot going
Sometimes
on.
the connections slow down a little bit, but
well, like
when you get them
kind of
going,
know the kind of bands that you're sort of talking about, like when you were mentioning the garage rock stuff. I mean, that was kind of like when Turbo Negro was kind of like on their ascendancy. Like there was just
the Helicopters.
So when we interviewed Nicky,
Flaming Sideburns, Flaming Groovies, there's all this fucking shit.
Flaming
coming
Groovies more 70s, but
didn't they put something, or they were reissuing?
They were kind of like being brought back out.
Okay.
It's funny because Flaming Groovies was something I didn't know about until I studied in Italy. And I think I came home with some Flaming Groovies records that I had bought in Italian record stores, because a lot of my friends in Italy, like for some reason they were like way on like the Turbo Negro like garage thing before we were. In a weird way,
just
it was
like a couple
popular
years.
in Italy. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like really popular in Europe for some reason. I don't know if it filtered down from Sweden and Scandinavia or what, but yeah, they were like, "Oh, you got to check out Flamin' Groovies," blah blah. And like, I was already obviously into MC5 and Stooges
Interpol.
at that point. Oh yeah, Interpol.
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
I like that first record.
I love a lot of yeah stuff. The second record I think is even pretty great as well.
Which maybe I'm thinking of just the second record.
Fever to Tell, I think is the second record.
I have to look at the
maybe. I can't remember.
But then there's like, Bat for Lashes, a bunch of weird
Sure,
shit that was coming out then that I was really
kind
into.
of female driven, kind of indie, almost
was
like
like-
Cat Power type
It was like
stuff.
it was kind of like goth rock meets
PJ Harvey.
Wigs and Kill People.
Wigs and Kill People. Oh fuck.
Producer
Oh, Phil Spector.
Phil Spector.
Yeah, I got you.
It had that kind of like girl group thing, but really
Yeah.
bleak.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yep.
And the only other whip sound effect I'd heard since like the Dark Throne.
Oh, Ravishing Grimness.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Donnas were kind of part of that. They were like bands that like you could tell were kind of into the Runaways. They were into like garage rock. They were into,
I mean, it made sense because the internet.
Yeah.
So you could like, oh shit,
They're
there's so
starting
much
to merge
great shit.
kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's still pre-YouTube, so you had to dig a little harder for it, but
But
still.
things were available. Yeah, you could like you
read
could
up.
dig and discover stuff.
So then we go. Did you have like what were your thoughts on the kind of Deadboy Elephantmen stuff, like in general, just like the first record in comparison to Agents? Did you draw any sort of like conclusions or anything?
Then I
about
put like
these?
Louisville indie rock,
Okay.
Dolls, obviously Buckley, White Stripes. It was more of like he was pulling in more of like a more stripped down blues kind of vibe, but still very much the vocal stuff wasn't as like cavernous and
Sure.
orchestrated as Agents was. Everything was more stripped down, which is kind of indicative of that style too.
Here's one criticism I've heard about the record. It's not a criticism I necessarily like share, but it's about songs like "We're Not Playing Graves Beyond Windows," but it's a good song. Is that some of the record for some people is a little too melodramatic? But I said I'm a sucker for like the Buckley, Drake, Hours, and that kind of style. But I don't know. I don't know if it's like
People consider that melodramatic.
I guess, yeah. They consider some of what Dax does to be like almost too emotive, which is strange to me. That
These guys
like,
need to go see a counselor.
yeah, they almost like it's almost like they're like threatened by his like talent. Like he's like doing too much sometimes for them.
Well, it
was just something I'm saying. Like as I was investigating, I kind of
That's an
saw
interesting
that.
thing to hear, but
Yeah,
because really, I find it just kind of leaves you in awe. A little
yeah.
bit.
That's my thing, and that's how I feel about Buckley. But
Because
I-
if you can go to that level and be that bombastic and over the top, and it's great, fucking do it, man.
but have you ever played like I've played Buckley for people, and like it's almost too much.
I don't think people know what to think of it.
Yeah,
I'm dating someone who doesn't know what to think of it.
yeah.
I think it's because it's too like emotionally vulnerable and
I was gonna
honest.
say, is it too?
You got to be in a certain. I think you have to understand where he's coming from to a certain extent. Otherwise, it might sound like a little bit too much.
And I'm kind of opening up a Pandora's box with this kind of conversation, but I think it's worth having here. Like I've kind of started to notice in my experiences in dealing with the outside world, outside of the bubble of people like you that like I can completely trust and stuff, is that like most people don't share some of those kind of sentiments that like I can be in like a kind of a constant state of, it's not like raw vulnerability, but I can be in a constant state of being open to being almost challenged by just about anything at any given moment. Mm-hmm. And I'm like always like on, I'm always on.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean I'm always in the mood for it, but if somebody's going to show me something or whatever, like I'm up for it. And whereas I've met or encountered a lot of people who will say, I can like appreciate this, or man, this has a lot of musical talent, or I can see what this director is really trying to do with this movie, but it's like, I'm not ready for it, or I'm not like really interested in that, or like it's too many notes, or it's too much, it's too virtuoso. Like I'm just like, it always throws me for a loop because I just feel like I'm always like ready for like almost anything that's coming my way. And
I
whether
want
it's
to be challenged.
surrealism, like you know, like I'll talk, you know, like David Lynch or something like that. Like I can sit and watch David Lynch almost whenever, but I realize like that's pretty abnormal. Most people are not like ready to be in that sort of state. And I'm not saying I only want to watch David Lynch, but like I'd be up for it at any given moment.
Yeah.
I could also watch Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I could also like I can just I have like that ability to sort of move and sway from one genre to another and one style of music, extreme, you know, beautiful, blah blah. Like it's really strange to me, like how people get really kind of comfortable and stuck. And maybe it is just that comfortable term where they don't want to be vulnerable, or it's like a weird place for them to get out of their comfort zone.
I mean, I know it's weird to think that, because we'll listen to almost anything, but people that still say they're in their 50s or 60s and they still just listen to what they listened to as a teenager.
Yeah.
Like my dad, for instance, he's not a music person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he turned me on to like Orbison and Jerry Lee Lewis and shit like that when I was younger, but there was never really music on in the house unless I was putting it on.
Yeah.
It was really kind of weird, like, because music is a way I really kind of deal with a lot of emotions and baggage and shit.
Sure. Not
by like what they like vicariously living through the artist. Like, listen to this Dax shit, feels like I've lived a lifetime or something. It just like energizes me. It's not like too much.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like it's like I get refreshed when I hear like I've talked to people or I've put on like Anathema stuff, like Alternative 4 or Eternity or something that's heavy, right? Mm-hmm. It's like heavy and like a emotional heavy, you know, it's got some weight to it. And that's like a relief to me. Mm-hmm. But then I'll play it for other people and they're like, "Ooh, man, this is like, I think this just like goes to some," and again, I don't want to like judge people on like their childhood or their traumas or whatever, because I'm sure people have different trigger points and I don't want to push that. But like, to me, it's like, I want to like look into the eye of the tornado whenever possible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just
blow me away.
Yeah. Just like, yeah. Not Dave Elvis. So I don't want him to blow me away.
No, you have enough of that.
So, but
I think it's like a coping mechanism. Like, you can either be like, as an angry, sensitive kid who couldn't really like get his feelings across to other people very well. What I got out of death metal, it channeled all those like violent emotions into catharsis, where it just let them go.
Yeah.
And I wasn't like this pent up little asshole. And I feel like that with any like jazz, when I understood that, when there was stuff that I got, that I felt something like, oh, this is like, that's another little part that can let that pent up thing go. Or this is like a beautiful thing that the honesty of it is intimidating.
Yeah.
And I think when you can just kind of like let it wash over you, it's like a baptism.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And like Nick Drake didn't make me more depressed. Nick Drake made me feel like I could get through whatever maybe I was getting, you know,
the bleakest catatonia thing.
I felt great after it. It was
it like exercises though. And I think some people don't. I think a lot of people like see stuff at face value, and they assume that because it's sad music, you're going to be sad.
Sure.
But there's people that like to like weep and listen to music.
Yeah.
Like music's a real personal thing, just like whatever movies kind of get you going, or books or poetry or art or whatever. It's a super personal thing. And it's interesting how it can affect people so differently across by like one song could, you know, when I listened to it, I was like, oh, that perfectly makes sense. And I feel all these emotions, and it makes me feel like the world's a better place. And some person listens to it and they're like, God, I just want to fucking kill myself. That's the most bleak thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I never get that out of sad music.
Yeah.
Like in the early 2000s, when we were listening to all this dreary ass fucking alternative indie rock music, I was happy as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. Same. You know, I was listening to probably, the moodiest music that I could possibly be listening to, but
sad as shit. Yeah. I remember that, the I'm a Cinematographer song, and just how it sounds like he's on the verge of weeping.
Yeah. Sure.
And we're like, I don't know if we knew what to think right away, but we're both kind of interested in like, I think this is
one of the things that's really interesting about Palace and Will Oldham that I recently kind of found out is like his background is like not Appalachian at all. Like,
Oh, is it? Like he's a Louisville guy, isn't he?
He moved to Louisville, but he's like a guy, I guess, doing some reading. I think he like grew up in like Chicago and went to like art school and shit. So like he's putting on like a persona, but like I bet it's in
everybody
him.
is.
It's in him somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm not taking that away. I still love Will Oldham, but I just recently listened to a podcast that where's my boy? I can see the book spine somewhere over there. Chuck Klosterman is doing like a podcast where he talks about some really kind of interesting things, and it was a whole episode where they were discussing like art and like whether records are really like deep, that are supposed to be deep, and like Radiohead, OK Computer came up like a lot, and like whether or not you hearing about something that's supposed to be deep before you actually hear it helps set you up to like want to understand why it's deep. He was like, I remember going to buy OK Computer, and I had already read for like the month leading up to it all the reviews saying like this is gonna change your life, and so I was like, cool, I want this to change my life. And whether like, it's almost Inception, like it like planted the seed in your mind to think that. And he goes, and I remember thinking the same thing about Palace music, like, God, this is like some like Appalachian blah. And then I realized the guy was from like art school, and like he didn't grow up on like a fucking non-electricity like farm in Kentucky, or you know
I never
like
even thought about that.
No, but
about the like authenticity of it.
But I don't think you need to, because like we're big movie fans, and everything about movies is inauthentic, but yet it can make you feel like real emotions because the artistry behind it. It's all constructed.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all on sets and with actors and stuff, but like they're conveying an emotion.
That's I think a thing for the young is the authenticity factor. Yeah. Just because it's real doesn't make it any better usually for me. Like based on real events, usually they're all dramatized. Anyway, like the most gangster rap stuff is not based off reality.
No,
it's a conceived.
It was a fucking like English major at Arizona State University.
Yeah,
like
and I think that's what art is.
Yeah.
You're trying to dramatize something. It's not real life, because real life is something, it's totally different.
I remember for like a horror movie night that we had for my film class, we watched The Thing, and
the Carpenter version.
Yeah, and I was super pumped for it because I love it so much. And then like we sort of finished, and there were some people that like afterwards are like, man, those special effects are just, I could just tell they were special effects. And that was like the kids like criticism, and like they didn't like it because they could see through the veneer. They're like, yeah, I could just tell that was like special effects. And I just wanted to be like, well, what the fuck do you think like that took them out of the movie? And I was like, these special effects were like so cutting edge at the time, they still hold up to me. It was just a really weird perspective from somebody that was like 20 years younger than me. I just didn't know how to take that. I was like, oh, weird.
Yeah, that's
you can't
almost
enjoy that,
when you've grown up with like that's
everything
always been,
they're watching is artificial.
Everything's fake.
But like to me, like there's something more organic about The Thing because it's all practical effects, yet they see that as more fake than like the CGI. And that was like, whoa.
Well, like it's a generational thing too, I think, because like my ex-wife had a really hard time with black and white movies until I showed some that were like, oh, that was great, or like old movies in general. Yeah, she's like, I don't want to watch this shit. It was Anthony Hopkins' Magic. Have you seen that? Mm-mm. Where he's a ventriloquist dummy, or he's a ventriloquist. It's got Burgess Meredith in it.
Got it.
It's one of the first. Because the whole like possessed dummy thing, that's been a trope for a long time.
Yeah,
this one has just played amazing. Anne Margaret's in it. You need to see it at some point. It's great. But afterwards, she's like, God, that was great. I'm like, yeah. But I'm wondering if those kids are thinking like, these are like old fashioned effects and blah blah blah. They're not as fluid, but. Just rewatching Empire Strikes Back, it was so powerful because everything's in camera. I mean, mostly like everything's an actual physical object.
Yeah, the models. And
so when they pan up and you see the bounty hunters, it's a bunch of dudes in rubber masks, but it's there. It interacts. And then I rewatched Rogue One again, and I will say that it's much better than I gave it credit for. But the Tarkin stuff is like, oh my God, that just takes me out so much.
Yeah, I know you had some trouble with that.
It's the uncanny valley thing. It's like I'm used to where filmmakers had limitations. So if we can't have Grand Moff Tarkin, we're going to we'll have the silhouette of him talking to somebody else. Sure. But no, let's just go full on. Here, it's all right there. It's just, it's a different mindset.
At least the Leia part is so quick at the very end. It didn't bother me as much.
I wish I just didn't see their plastic face.
Yeah, I wish like Leia just like I wish they kept like the hood
just a 3/4 view, like she could take it.
Yeah, everybody's gonna know. You don't have to.
It doesn't have to be spoon fed.
Yeah, though for some reason the Luke one in Mandalorian didn't bother me that much. It was like a little bit better.
It looks phony as fuck.
Yeah,
but I just was stoked to see a character that I cared about.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But I actually did a comic convention with the young lady who played the body double for Leia. And
no shit,
she was real tiny. She was very sweet, very nice.
Did you tell her how much you hate it?
No, I saw her thing. I was like,
awkward conversation.
We were there was like
hey,
nobody
good
around.
Job, but I fucking
nobody around. We were just talking like we didn't mention anything about what was. We were just like, oh, nice to meet you, and blah blah blah. Hopefully have a good show. And,
sure, yeah.
But she was very sweet, and I don't know if she'll ever do any more conventions because that's a very specific CV to have.
Very intense. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, no, I just think it's it's funny you bring up the black and white thing. I've told you before, but when I was dating Linda in high school, my high school sweetheart, it was before I was a film person. I mean, I was always a fan of movies, but it was before I really thought about them.
Critical about stuff.
Like she wanted to rent an old Alfred Hitchcock black and white movie from the 30s. It takes place on a train.
Strangers on a Train?
No, it's not Strangers on a Train. It's about a woman that goes missing on a train. It's almost like a
Lady Vanishes?
Lady Vanishes. Thank you. And like we got in a fight at Video because I was like, I don't want to watch a black and white movie. But to be fair, I was like 17.
She wanted to see that?
She had grown up on like old
okay, my dad was a big Hitchcock guy too.
Like I mean, you remember her parents are like fucking her dad's like a biology professor,
two college professors,
very smart people, very well educated. And so I remember we kind of got in like a little fight, and I remember like in college when I started getting like into old movies and stuff, and we eventually watched it and I liked it, but I just remember, I don't know what, maybe I wanted to rent something else and it was my weird, but I had like such a weird visceral thought about black and white movies. Like I didn't want to like old movies or something like that. It was weird. And I didn't really grow up on old movies. My mom didn't really watch old movies or ever, so. Did
you have grandparents around?
Yeah, only my grandpa, but he didn't really watch. He watched sports, so that was about it.
My grandpa watched war movies all the time.
Okay.
I'm sure my dad hated John Wayne because he was a Republican, outspoken conservative.
Yeah.
And he had not real nice things to say about indigenous people and things.
Yeah.
But I always had some weird kind of, probably because my dad hated him, like an interest in like, there's got to be something to John Wayne.
Yeah.
And then I started watching some of his Westerns. Like, okay, he's definitely, there's something there.
Sure.
Politics aside, he brought something to it. And I like some of his old war movies and shit too.
Sure.
But, I don't know if I would have had more interest in that if my dad really liked it. Because usually you want to kind of
reject it.
Yeah, at a certain point.
Yeah, so I don't know. But again, something obviously changed for me when I started taking film classes, and I just gained a new sense of appreciation for that stuff. But yeah, so back to Dax and Deadboy. Kind of a little
lots of tangents here. Yeah.
The next song we're gonna play after Strange Television, I think for me is the highlight of this first record a little bit, or at least it's the one I kind of put the most thought into. I said song with no name. I wrote that it's spectral. Has this really cool pizzicato strings that adds like this sort of class to this kind of swamp folk atmosphere. Before there's like a Sabbath doom rock riff that sort of lifts it. I said it lifts. It has this lilting, yearn of Dax's Chris Cornell's reaches for spiritual bliss. I really went off on this song. I said some of this is indulgent, but he's not playing it safe for the commercial heft. Like he obviously has the capacity, I think, to be like a commercial artist, and he's like choosing actively to just sort of like do whatever the fuck he wants. And I kind of respect that. Like I
think that's the Buckley thing.
Yeah, Buckley did it. Ours did it in some level. Like they don't play it safe, I said if he wanted to write hits, he could. Just look at the next Elephantmen record, Deadboy, which has like more kind of hits to it. I said by the time the orchestration and Dax kind of recoalesce, by the time he gets to the la 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 la, I said it's almost like a System of a Down combined with the My Dying Bride. It just has this really weird kind of coalescence of sort of sound. So I think that's a It's a really interesting tune, this song with no name. And then we're going to end with Like the Dead Would Laugh. And I said that this is kind of, to me, a preview of where the best of his solo work would actually end up landing. I said it's emotionally haunting. And this is kind of interesting. I doubt, maybe. I never want to doubt because we often are kind of near. I said, to me, it's as emotionally haunting, this song, Like the Dead Would Laugh, as something like Tribulation or In Solitude or some of those kind of bands, in that they play with this sort of dark, beautiful sort of sandbox the same way that those bands do. Like, yeah, it's definitely not like those bands, but it's like them, if that makes any kind of sense.
They all have that melancholic nature.
Yeah. I said, when that snake charm kind of fuzz tone lead slithers in, I'm kind of fully hypnotized by Dax, and it really makes this kind of feel as important as anything in popular rock the last 2 decades. I said the song captures this sort of Eastern mystical feel. I said it's Dax's Paint It Black. It kind of has like that, the feeling I get that whenever I hear Paint It Black, like whatever that is, I get with a song like this. So for me, this is like, outside of his first solo record, I think this is the best thing he did post Acid Bath.
I think I'd probably agree with you.
Agents is a great record and really fun, but to me, this is where he's really spreading his wings outside of his comfort zone and trying on a lot of different things that he didn't do in his previous incarnations. And,
I think Agents is too much kind of like the logical extension to Acid Bath.
It's a great record. I love Agents, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm talking about high points here, like this first Deadboy and Elephantmen is like, and I remember even Wagner wrote me, he said like he fucking loves this first Deadboy record a lot. So pretty cool. But any thoughts on any of the other Deadboy stuff, or ready to rock?
I'll talk with some of the stuff on the next.
Okay, sweet.
My notes are kind of a mess.
All right, so let's get into it. We've got the Misfits cover from Agents of Oblivion of Skulls. Then we've got a trio of tunes from If This Is Hell, Then I'm Lucky, Strange Television, Song with No Name, and Like the Dead Would Laugh.
Corpses all swing from endless limbs, bodies with no surprises. I Have
That was Like the Dead Would Laugh, Song with No Name, Strange Television, and then we started off with the Misfits cover of Skulls. So now we move on to the second Deadboy and the Elephantmen record, which is We Are the Night Sky. And this was put out in 2005, and basically it was recorded after they had done a self-release 4-song EP called Song Mechanism. And all the songs from that 4-song EP appear here. New members. Basically, everyone that was involved in the first record is pretty much no longer involved, and it's really just down to him and Tess Brunette, and they become like a two-piece, and it becomes this drummer,
Are
guitarist.
they brother and sister?
Well, Jay asked him that. He goes, there are a lot of big talk about Deadboy for a while with the obvious White Stripes references thrown in. Did that bum you out at all? And he says, well, the way I looked at it was like, say whatever you want, write whatever you want. If anyone gets into it, that's fine by me. But if that's all you can say about it, you're not very imaginative. You're not really listening. We didn't sound very much like them, for one thing. We weren't that blues-based. We were vocally soulful, but we weren't blues punk or anything. But I do think their success was an inspiration to us. At that time, they were the biggest band in the world, so we thought, if they can do it, why can't we do it? They definitely opened up the door for a two-person setup. And Jay says, were people under the impression that you two were a couple? And he says, sometimes. And he says, but you weren't. And he says, no. So that's kind of where they leave it at that with the Deadboy stuff. But yeah, it's definitely kind of tough. But so Tess Brunette, this is kind of interesting. I did some kind of background stuff on her. She trained with this guy named Mel Turpos, who was called the Guitar Doctor. And he was the guitar inspiration for Keith Richards, Pete Townsend, Eric Clapton, and Hall & Oates.
Wow.
Which is so, like, I need to go down this rabbit hole more, but, like, in my research, that's what I came across.
When you say the Guitar Doctor, I assumed he'd been, like, a late-night infomercial guy that had, like, some kind of, like, guitar polish or something.
So maybe he's, like, a guy that, like, helped those guys, like, in some of their training. Maybe he's not necessarily, like, a songwriter guy, but, like, a guy who,
like a technique guy or something?
I don't, kind of interesting, so.
Like, when later on in Rush's career, when Neil Peart learned how to, changes his the way he held sticks and played and like tried to like up his game. I wonder if it's somebody
that was like kind of these guys were going to like he was like a sensei for like guitarists to like take him.
It's a pretty
like
good track record he's got there
like
too,
that.
as far as
it's
are
like
concerned.
Kind of a crazy. Hall & Oates is like the one. I mean, I think there were others. Those are just like 4 I gleamed from my little research.
I mean,
I
was a Hall & Oates kid.
Yeah, sure.
You
gotta love them. Gotta love them.
You gotta love the Soul Brothers from Philadelphia.
From Philly, man. Philly soul, sweet Philly soul. But the album was really championed a lot by Henry Rollins on his radio and his IFC TV show.
I'm always surprised at what he champions.
Yeah, it's kind of.
He has more of a diverse taste than I would expect.
Sure.
He's been on actually, he was one of the talking heads in that Anthrax thing quite a bit.
Oh, cool.
Which
is he a fan?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he had like a ear to metal with just what he did with Rollins' band, and especially the end of Black Flag with like the sludgy kind of stuff that he's starting to do. But he's just he's
just not real outspoken about bands he like. I mean, I guess except for his radio show or whatever. But
yeah. So basically, they were humming along. They put this out in 2005, and then Brunette left in 2006, and that's what's ultimately going to end the Deadboy incarnation. But yeah, what'd you think of the second record? It's definitely more poppy. It sounds like a two-piece kind of band. It's got that kind of simplicity.
Feel it too much two-piecey, to be honst.
Okay.
Not in the way that White Stripes is obviously
feels
two-piece.
Yeah.
This definitely had like that lo-fi blues kind of aspect to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wrote down White Stripes, Blue Cheer.
Yep.
Oh, what the hell? My notes are really shit. A little bit of Queens of the Stone Age
for sure, especially in What the Stars Have Eaten. This opening cut.
Yeah, I would say on Blood Music as well too.
Yep.
But
Yep.
the with the Stars of Eden, it has like that
Queens of Stone Age sonic goodness. That's what I wrote
that
for Blood Music.
catatonia,
Yep.
kind of repetitive riff thing, kind
Almost
of
like Queens of Stone Age. I remember the thing. Grand Cocoon was the one that got me into them. I don't know how I didn't know about them, being such a huge Caius fan, but he kind of followed that whole.
Well, the first record had shitty distribution.
Yeah, and what was that really obscure stoner rock label that Man's Ruin?
Yeah.
Put out like the early singles, and Grindcore was getting all the Man's Ruin stuff in Lansing at Flatback and Circular, and so he was like way on top of like what was happening there, and he got that Caius Queens of Stone Age split that had like preview songs that were going to end up on that first Queens, and he goes, I read some interviews, I don't know where he read them, maybe Metal Maniacs or something like that, and he was like, the goal that they have is to write the dumbest, most reductive riffs like ever and be like catchy. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. He thought that was like the coolest kind of thing or whatever. And I think that you hear it in like what the Stars have eaten and Blood Music and stuff is just that like repetitious, like you were talking about, that catatonia, like dun,
I think that was in the air at the time.
Stripping things down a little bit, for sure.
But that riff, we'd never heard those riffs before. That kind of like plodding, straightforward, repetitive riff. Mm-hmm. Like I can't think of another time where that wasn't more popular than it was, or more prevalent in music than it was then.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, maybe like early 70s, like the post Sabbath, like where you had like a lot of like the Sabbath, Zeppelin, Deep Purple, like knockoffs, maybe, you know what I mean? Where like they were all kind of copycats of that sort of stuff. But
the riff wasn't so,
but even then, like the drummers were trying to do, it was like, it was more dynamic.
Yeah. I mean, it was like maybe taken off from the whole garage band.
Sure.
Thing.
Yeah.
A little bit of that, like the garage band, the lo-fi indie rock scene that was going on at the time. I mean, there's, I think, a lot of cross-pollination with a lot of that stuff. Everybody that had the same kind of like ideas about tone, and all the miserable bands were figuring out how to be more streamlined and more miserable.
Yeah. No, I just said, like, with the Stars of Eaton, I said it's you definitely hear the white stripes on display here. It's stripped down, catchy as fuck, Dax.
Yeah,
it's what I wish the Black Keys had become.
I kind of liked them for like a half a minute.
Yeah,
and then I didn't.
The only reason I still like kind of tolerated them is it's the kind of stuff I could play around my students.
Yeah,
that was rock based that they liked.
Sure,
that I could like. It was like it was the moral compromise, you know. And so like, and he's an interesting dude. Like, I think they're fans of music. I think they just found a formula that works, and they're getting sweet paychecks out of it, you know.
Yeah, and
I can't fault them for that.
Yeah, they became popular without compromising, and then they kind of just stuck with what they knew.
It became formulaic. Yep.
Yeah, I even put there's even like some black metal vibes on with the Stars of Eden.
Really? Oh, okay. In which way? What were you hearing that? Like in the riffery?
I think in the atmosphere.
It's definitely. This has got a
like the rawness of the atmosphere. Like it, at least that's what I was thinking when I wrote my notes.
Yeah. No, that's I'll have to kind of go back and listen. This is one of my favorite tunes. It's catchy. It's so fucking catchy. You still hear Dax's kind of soulful yearning, but it's like I said, like more punchy with that Queens of the Stone Age dumb riffery. Yeah. So the drum beats make you want to kind of clap along. And to me, like, even the riffs have a little bit of that. We've talked about so often, at least lately, that sort of AC/DC kind of punch.
Yes.
Like it's simple, but yet like deceptively simple. It's not as simple as people would think it would be to make, because
you hear it, it's like, oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah. But then, it's the swing, the feel to it is, and that's something, I don't know if, I never got that out of AC/DC until I was older.
Yeah.
And I don't know if like people that really love AC/DC get that, or if it's just, this is like kick-ass rock. I don't know where the entry point.
Some AC/DC fans seem not to really be intellectualizing music at all. And so like what they like about it is maybe different than what I like. Or maybe there's a Venn diagram and we both like this thing in the middle, but we're also coming from two different approaches,
Yeah, I mean, probably the people that like it just for, the hard rockiness, also like loving the Elevator era Aerosmith and not the first 5 records.
That's true. Yeah.
Like up until what, Hot Rocks, is that what was the cutoff of quality for Aerosmith?
No, you go up to like 82. We had
Draw the Line?
Draw the Line 77. You can go even beyond that. You've got it's a blue cover. It's the one Wagner talked about in our 1980, our episode 200. Rock in a Hard Place is maybe the name of the record.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, it's like the Rock in a Hard Place record or whatever.
Okay.
So yeah, that's kind of about the end for me with Aerosmith.
Yeah.
I mean, I can appreciate a song or two in the late 80s just from nostalgia's sake. You know,
sure.
Ragdoll every so often. You
Oh,
know?
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know all the words
but they're
and
not,
the scatting.
They're
but
not good, but it's
Yeah.
just like whatever. I hear it and it reminds me of like 8th grade or something. You know?
yeah, the thing about that makes me like care enough to buy those records is that I knew it when they were just this kind of glossy shadow of their former self. And then when you hear where they came from,
you're like, oh shit, they're
this is
inspired.
great.
Yeah, exactly. So then we get to the biggest song that Dax has ever been part of, and that is Stop, I'm Already Dead. It's infectious. This is one I played recently for a lot of people and gotten them way into it. And like people respond to this song. And I remember it's funny because I knew the first season of iZombie. I really dug it. And I remember really digging the theme song to iZombie and kind of like I don't know if I really made the connection. I think at one point I might have looked it up and I was like, oh, it's Deadboy and Elephantmen, but I didn't know what the fuck that was. Because I knew Dax Riggs and I knew Acid Bath, but I don't think I knew Deadboy until like more recent years or whatever. And then I realized, oh, this song was also in like the Day of the Dead kind of like remake too, is where they used it. So it's like a perfect, you know, the language.
Who did the
of
Day
it.
of the Dead remake?
I don't know.
Was it the one that Tom Savini did?
Might have been. Yeah.
Okay. From like the 2000s?
I think so, or later 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
It had
that
to be
might be
like late 2000s, you know, for this to be on it.
Yeah.
But I just said it's, you know, it's a big hit for them. You know, it's sold a lot. Like you go on like Spotify, it's got like a couple million like, you know, hits compared to anything else that he's kind of associated with.
Yeah.
It's got that, you know, we were talking about solo Iggy stuff earlier. It kind of reminds me of like solo Iggy kind of type stuff in a little way. You know, it's got that swagger with a little bit of that kind of commercial garage rock kind of goodness for it. And the chorus just kicks fucking ass. You know, when the music cuts out and Dax does his like little soulful sort of croon.
Yeah.
I said it's kind of undeniable. You know, like I get it. You know, if he had kept making this, like I wouldn't have faulted him. I appreciate that he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it worked for the piece formula, but like when you get to like his solo stuff, he's not redoing this again. You know? No,
that's why I'm kind of sad that his output's so limited.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'd like to see how far he could push it.
I know, and I'd love him to have like more attention than what he's getting here.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, so that's kind of what I get. What was your thoughts on Stop 'Em? Was it like too catchy for you, or could you?
No, I was totally into it. I was totally on board for it. Yeah.
This is the one where I was like, I wonder what Mark's gonna think of this song. You know?
No, because it's he's not sacrificing anything.
No.
It just makes sense. Just like with how like Buckley's Grace is really a varied record. Yeah. There's a lot of weird shit on there, but it all kind of works.
Sure.
With his performance is what makes the whole thing cohesive.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm glad you're kind of digging it. And then we get Blood Music, which I think both of us kind of heard as like a kind of mid 2000s Queens of the Stone Age, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I said it's de-evolution at its catchiest, you know. And he did basically at this point, you know, we'll talk more about this in the next set. So I'll talk about the de-evolution into his solo career after this. So
de-evolution.
So let's do What the Stars Have Eaten, Stop, I'm Already Dead, and Blood Music from the second Deadboy and the Elephantmen record.
Stars have eaten, all the dance begins again. Tears you shed, the earth is gained. Buried in the sky so strange, it cannot be explained. In this light I see your spirit. Listen, maybe we can hear it. Oh, we've lost the stars of Eden. All the dies begins again. And magic is stronger than you fool. Innocent magic, innocent magic, innocent stronger than evil. Innocent magic. Innocent magic. Oh, we've lost the stars of Eden. All the dance begins again. Tears have shed, the earth is gained. Buried in the sky so strange it cannot be explained. In this light I see your spirit. Listen, maybe we can hear it. Oh, we've lost the stars of Eden. All the dance begins again. Innocent magic is stronger than evil. Innocent magic. Innocent magic. Innocent magic is stronger than evil. Innocent magic. Innocent magic. Innocent magic is stronger than evil. Innocent magic. Innocent magic. Innocent magic is stronger than evil. Innocent magic. Innocent magic. Innocent magic is stronger than evil. A spirit climbs my spine to the brain, following the railroad tracks down again. I needed space with soul, maybe we can die there. Maybe we can stop. I'm already dead. Yeah. Stop. I'm already dead. My mother, she said, heaven's on wide the sound called black, 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 black. It was the sound called black. Yes, it was. It was the sound called black. Yes, it was. It was the sound called black. Yes, it was. It was the sound called black. Yes, it was. It was the song called black. Yes, it was. It was the song called black. Yes, it was. It was the sound called black. Yes, it was. It was the song called black. Yes, it was. It was the song called black. Yes, it was.
That was Blood Music, Stop I'm Already Dead, and What the Stars Have Eaten. So,
Stop or my mom will shoot.
Stop. Yeah.
I don't know why I said that.
Is that Sly Stone?
Sylvester Stallone is Stell Getty.
Yeah, Stell Getty. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get
the
that.
things I remember.
I get that movie sometimes merged in my brain with Throw Mama from the Train, which I was also watching. The Goonies was on TV the other night, and so
That actress is she's wonderful.
Yeah, she's great.
She's a real unfortunate face, but
she reminds me of the mom of a person that lived downstairs in the Portobello apartment. I think I've talked about that guy, Howie.
Yeah, as being a former resident of Portobello Apartments, I understand.
Yeah, that was the
we
family.
lived there for 2 years.
I've so affectionately told you had like 2 Nintendos and like no phone. So they would come up and order pizza from our phone. And my mom was always like perplexed why they had so many Nintendos, but like couldn't afford a phone. And just like
if you don't have a phone, no creditors can call you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, yeah. It was
if
it
somebody's
was rough
got,
happening.
They can't afford shit and they got 2 Nintendos, like they're squandering their money.
Howard Dalrymple, that was his name. So
Howie Dalrymple.
Howie,
I remember that guy.
And then John was his brother. John was probably closer to your age, or he was a little older than you. He managed when the new McDonald's opened up on Mission. Do you remember that was a big deal? It was like,
the one like across the street from New Moonish.
And it was like fancy and like kind of had
what's
it was
the
fancy,
McDonald's gonna be?
right? It was a big deal.
Yeah.
He was like the manager there, but he would they were always like watching like porn downstairs and like bringing up like I was in like elementary school and like there was like all these high school kids.
Would you hear
gathered.
like moaning and could you hear through the floor?
No, but they would like talk about him. They're like they would talk about Big Mama Jama, this like black woman that like was like 350 pounds and would like do like really almost like not sexy things. I'll just say that. I don't want to
like shit on people.
No, but like sticking body parts in body parts and like she was very she seemed to have some like
find a fold and fuck it kind of thing.
Yeah, and like kind of like shoving heads like in vaginas and things like that.
Oh wow, these kids are
like
I'm sure they have I'm sure they have a great adult relationship with another person right now.
But Howie sometimes would buy me like whole boxes of baseball cards. So like he was, he had like disposable.
Did he buy
income.
them or did he steal them?
I don't know, but I
think Howie was a thief.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you remember him from like?
I remember the name because he was relentlessly picked on.
Okay, yeah. Poor guy. He had a good heart, I think. He was dealt a really bad hand.
Yeah, Yeah, maybe he was just a good kid. Like maybe
his mom was the
spend his allowance on you to be nice.
Train. That's rough with Howard. Like she just said like cigarette hacks and stuff. So
yeah, Jesus.
Yeah. So now the world knows about Howie Dalrymple.
I haven't thought about
and
that.
Rich Dunslager.
That name.
So,
Years.
I think the Mount Pleasant world is like.
Did you know D'Artagnan Overfield?
Oh no, that's awesome.
I remember the name. I don't remember anything about him.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
there was a kid named D'Artagnan in our.
Yes, I think was that one of the Three Musketeers?
Yeah. I was just watching Slumdog Millionaire. That's why I know that.
There was another. That's the third. I think the third Three Musketeers reference I've made this week.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, we were. The girl I'm seeing, I was talking about something, and I was like, God, isn't that a Three Musketeers? Like, oh yeah. It's like, why is that happening this week? But I guess it's time to watch it.
I don't think I ever actually saw all of the Kiefer Sutherland, Chris O'Donnell movie.
I think you're doing yourself a favor.
Yeah.
Probably not doing that. Yeah. I've not seen the whole thing.
Okay. Is Christian Bale in that? I can't remember. Like Christian Bale.
That sounds like
Chris O'Donnell that was like a big deal. He was like emerging heartthrob pre-Batman.
And then everybody realized that he couldn't act his way out of a paper bag.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Isn't he on like a NCCISI?
I'm not retired, so I wouldn't know that.
Okay.
I don't have CBS.
I think he was at one point.
When you turn 65,
maybe
you get
him and LL Cool J, I think, teamed up for something.
You get Medicaid or Medicare, and then you get your CBS subscription.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can watch your NCIS Mark Harmon episodes.
Yeah, God damn it. Did I ever tell you? I don't know if you were like a direct part of it, but Andy and I used to have bets in college where the loser of the bet had to watch CSI.
Well,
I never lost, so I've never.
What was
seen
the redheaded guy's name?
Oh, David Caruso.
Yeah, like all I knew about that show is that he'd whip his sunglasses off all the time, and then he did Session 9, which is great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Caruso's great in it.
Yeah.
I think the best CSI like remake is God, it's like a movie within a movie where it's like all these like CSI like kind of like things that are sort of weird about stuff. Are you killing something?
No, the dog is trying to knock out my cords out.
The cord was okay. I thought you were like smacking an animal or something, or a bug or something like that. God, why can't I think of what?
I think Tarantino directed one of those, didn't he?
I don't know, but there was like a movie I just recently saw where they were like mocking like CSI and how dark it was in like the movie. It was like, it's gonna drive me crazy. I'll have to look at it next Talkset. I'll let people know. So, but so Dax.
Get back to something better.
Back to Dax. So basically, after this record, we talked about one half leaving. She leaves, and Dax did some solo acoustic shows and called himself T-Dax, T-DAKS, and his White Plastic Soul, which sounds very like David Bowie,
Thin White Duke.
Yeah, the Plastic Inevitable band was like the band before Ziggy Stardust. Before he kind of just started moving and performing and calling himself kind of as Dax Riggs. And so I'll kind of turn back to the Jay Bennett interview for a moment. And Jay says, you seem to move on to new things pretty quickly. And he says, well, we tour a lot and play all these big festivals, and I'd see all these bands with their good drummers, and I think to myself that she might not be able to keep up with the stuff I wanted to do in the future. I wanted to progress, I didn't want to do another We Are the Night Sky. So then Jay says the Matt Sweeney connection has worked out pretty well. He helped you get signed to Fat Possum and then played on your solo album. He says, yeah, he generally got into it. We totally bonded on several levels because he could get into bands like Obituary, but also understand Townes Van Zandt and Fairport Convention.
Yeah, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, he seems like a really kind of interesting guy, and I'll get into like his whole like spiel in a second here. And then he says, hence Jay says, so you did a Richard Thompson cover on We Sing of Only Blood and Love. He said, exactly. It was a Fairpoint Convention and an Obituary. So then Jay says, did Fat ever want you to put out We Sing of Blood or Love as a Deadboy record? And he says, well, strangely enough, it was really Matt Sweeney's idea to call it a Dax Riggs record. He was like, look, we're using 3 different drummers. This is a Dax Riggs record. At first, I couldn't deal with that, but the more I thought about it, there was always this problem in the past where if I called what I was doing, if I called what I was doing Deadboy, but then showed up somewhere and played the gig by myself, it wasn't considered Deadboy and the Elephantmen. I always wanted Deadboy to be whatever I wanted it to be, no matter who I was playing with. So it dawned on me that if I just called it Dax Riggs, then I could actually do what I had set out to do with Deadboy because it wouldn't be perceived as a band that had to be this or that. once you attach a band name to something, it almost seems like people expect things. Promoters especially don't understand how a band can really be a solo project. And so kind of interesting there.
Yeah.
And then Jay asks, the guys in your band now are from all over the place. Do you prefer playing with people who aren't from your neck of the woods? He says, well, I'd have to say yes. To get people from all around my area in Houma, in Louisiana, where Acid Bath came from, isn't easy because it's a very hard existence for a musician to live in. For the downtime, the in-between times, there's not a lot to do. The guys I'm with now can do other things when I'm not touring or recording. But the guys I was working with in Houma didn't have those opportunities, so they were totally losing their shit when we weren't doing anything. He says, I recently moved to Austin, though. And so, yeah. So
I think
now
he's still there now.
Kind of on his way to Austin and stuff. And Jay says, to what extent would you characterize the songs on We Sing of Only Blood or Love as autobiographical? And Dax says, I do think that they have to do with the ways that I'm feeling. Living in suicide is just, well, just being here is dying. I think it's almost Lee Hazelwood's take on thrash music themes, even though it doesn't sound like that. And the songs are sometimes sarcastic, but there's truth in there. Demon Tied to a Chair in My Brain is kind of about the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing I have. Everything's fine now, but a couple of hours from now, I might be a different person, Didn't know yet what I know when I was bleeding is about living and not knowing how bad something's going to hurt until it actually hits you. It's all in the title, I guess. I think it's all real shit. A lot of people think it's some kind of ghoulish fantasy, but it's all rooted in reality. And then Jays says, it just seems like your lyrics have improved considerably over the last few years. Is that just the process of getting older, or have you become more discriminating in your writing? And Dax says, oh yeah, totally. I mean, Leonard Cohen might spend a year on a verse, but I'll definitely spend 12 hours on one, just twisting things and trying to make it not so common and adding different points of view to the ways in which it can be interpreted. It's really a big deal to me. It's got to be something worth singing. And he just says, oh, yeah, that's pretty much it. So
I like that Lee Hazelwood thing because I've always kind of dug his
I love
his stuff with
Nancy
Sinatra is
really cool.
It's great.
Yeah.
But he
Strawberry
totally has
Wine.
that kind of Leonard Cohen real dry talking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I love fucking...
When I worked at the record store, that was like we'd play a couple of his records every time I was in there.
I put some in the mix that we made when we drove down to Georgia because Larry, I think, likes Lee Hazelwood, my stepdad. So we were kind of rocking it out. But
I kind of like lament that we don't have anything close to... We don't have like a Lee Hazelwood in modern... Like that type of just like fucking oddball, but yet really popular.
Yeah.
Sing like duo like that. It's weird.
Yeah, that like kind of guy-girl kind of duo thing.
Yeah. I couldn't think of the last time we had something like that outside. Like White Stripes had a little bit of it, but this was like a singing duo.
Yeah.
And that's not really a thing anymore unless...
I remember getting like the cool feeling like when PJ Harvey would have like Tom York.
Yeah.
It would be like a cool, a cool dynamic. I always dug that a lot. Or when Bjork and Tom York would like kind of duet and stuff. But that was more like one-off stuff. It wasn't like an album's worth of that kind of dynamic.
I mean, they did I don't know how many records, but there's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But now we've arrived at kind of the big record, kind of the center point of this kind of episode, I would say, which is the first Dax record, We Sing of Only Blood or Love. And in fact, we are going to hear from Jay Bennett too.
Yes,
we'll probably hear from him at the end of this next kind of, or right after this talk set here, going into talking about We Sing of Only Blood or Love. But this was a record that got a lot of attention. Jay wrote. It made the Decibel Top 40 albums of 2007. It was number 25. That's probably where I first heard about it. In fact, because it wasn't like. These were bands that weren't on my radar screen until this Dax solo record.
But no, this one was, I know our friend Mark Coughlin, who worked at the record store with us, was a big proponent of this record.
Oh, was he? Okay.
And I looked at the cover and I thought it was emo.
Got it.
And I didn't listen to it at all.
And you and I weren't really hanging out enough, where we were doing this kind of stuff, you know. But basically, Jay says of the record, sitting at number 25 in the top 40, he says, call it post-grunge Astro Weeks. By the way, that's come up a couple of times. How well do you know that record from Van Morrison? Do you know that record that well?
I know it passingly. I've heard it a dozen times.
Okay. I think it's great. That's one I discovered from Mike.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the people that play on that record played on like Dolphy jazz records. Mm-hmm. And then also Lester Bangs does like a whole like one of his things in Psychotic Reaction and Carburetor Dung is like a whole article just about
like a whole essay just on
that record.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's like, especially now that you're kind of listening to this, I'd be curious what your thoughts are going back and hearing it again for like the first time in probably a while. But I think
it's been 15 years since
I think you would dig it a lot more.
Yeah.
It's you know, I don't like a lot. I mean, Van Morrison's really talented, but I don't listen to him that much. But that's a record
that's like the one
out.
that, you know, you work at the record store for a couple months, you buy that record.
Sure.
It's like part
Everybody
of
talked about Moondance, but man, Astro Weeks is like,
yeah, I think I preferred.
oh, for sure.
You know.
I mean, Buckley did that cover of what Young Lovers Would Do or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's from
That's
Astro Weeks.
That's what made me go back and
Oh,
even like
okay.
think about it again.
Yeah. So I
Because
think
the Buckley stuff was kind of a revelation at the time.
sure. And he was kind of tapping into, he was doing a lot of cool covers of stuff.
Yeah, and it was
which is
just
awesome.
it was so like kind of out of time when it came out. I didn't hear it when it came out, and then he died so young.
Yeah.
And then like these older dudes, you know, I remember hearing it like you know, Don's house, you know,
Yeah.
on the nice system.
Yep.
He's like, okay, because this was like they were kind of grooming me to be an audiophile and to buy his old shit. He's like, here's the difference. Like he played he played. Oh fuck! I'm trying to think of what we heard. U2.
Yeah,
Joshua Tree.
Yep.
And then he put on Roxy Music Avalon.
Yep.
One of the like nicestly produced records ever.
Yeah. Mike turned me on to that.
And then
record.
threw on
Yep.
Grace.
Yeah.
And I was just like, God damn. Like fuck.
Yeah. I can imagine. So I remember hearing things at like those guys' houses and Rise's house and shit.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
But also like bands I didn't really know that like
yeah.
well at all. I'm just like, Jesus, this existed, and you know, at this time, like I was listening to stuff that was kind of shit, and then this thing just like should have like exploded the world, but
Sure.
it did to the right people. But I don't think it was as big as I think most people don't know who he is still.
Yeah. Yeah. There's like a kind of a cult around Buckley,
Yeah.
but it's like, it's insulated.
I think it's older people. I don't know like how many young people know Buckley. Like he didn't have like you know, like Drake even had those like Volkswagen commercials,
Sure.
like to kind of, you know, for a different audience to like, who's that?
I think the only thing that you'll get kids on is if I say like he did the cover of Hallelujah, and then people
Kids know that?
Oh, they know it. Here's
From
what
fucking
they know.
Zack Snyder movies?
No, they know it from Shrek.
Oh God, I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
So whatever, you know what I mean? Like I learned about classical music from Bugs Bunny, so it is what it is. You know what
True.
I mean? Like,
That's where I learned about Barbara Seville and stuff.
I can't be angry, you know. So
I thought it was going to be one of the shitty Zack Snyder.
well, there's the fucking and
Montage.
Watchmen.
Yeah,
Yeah, to Hallelujah. So
You haven't seen his zombie
No,
Lost?
I've heard
don't,
it's not good.
Don't.
Did you see it?
No.
Okay.
But I saw the trailer.
Yeah, I'm not.
And then I heard. You know who Mark Kermode is? He's a BBC film. Dude, he's done a handful of documentaries about
Oh
like,
yeah, I
Exorcist
know he
and
is.
stuff.
Yeah.
He has like Pompadour and he was very diplomatic about what he said about it. But I was like, I can only imagine how much of a fucking hot steaming turd that thing is.
Sure. I mean, I sat through what's that movie based on Max Brooks's?
Zombieland?
No, I like Zombieland. Max Brooks wrote the. It had Brad Pitt in it.
Oh, World War Z.
Yes, that's what I expect this movie.
I fell
to be
asleep
Like.
watching that in the theater.
Yeah, that's what I kind of expect this Zack Snyder zombie movie to be.
Oh,
like.
it has less substance, I'm sure.
Okay. At least that was based on a cool source book.
Yeah,
you know?
this just he's like a fucking 12-year-old that they like here go make something. Here's all these like interesting actors, like go make something.
And it's too bad because like as a human being, I feel really sorry for him, you know, and what he's gone through with like his daughter committing suicide and stuff.
That's tough.
And I think he's altogether like a fan of movies. Like I think he's a guy that really, I just think he gets the wrong things from movies.
Well, I think
you know what I mean. Like
I think
like,
the problem is the whole system is that everything's corporatized. He knows how to deal with those people.
yeah,
he's a
I
proven.
think they like him.
Yeah, he's a proven that he can go in there like, oh, this guy's cool.
Yeah.
And he's a
He
fine
gives us street
filmmaker,
cred.
but he should not be. He wrote this too. He doesn't.
He doesn't know how to write. Yeah.
Just like J.J. Abrams is a fine director, he cannot write his way out of a bag. He's not. He doesn't have those skills. And the people that think that they can be these auteurs in a studio system like that, I mean, they're pretty diluted. There's not a whole lot of people outside
like
of
Hitchcock didn't write most of his stuff.
No, he didn't write anything.
Yeah. Because he knew to trust that to the people.
Scorsese doesn't write his own shit. Like, they know, like, Spielberg doesn't write. Like, look at the people that are successful.
George, he's a good writer, George Lucas. I've heard that guy. He writes some
he just does
dialogue.
He does, sand, it gets everywhere.
So it's like, know your limitations. And these guys they don't have. Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah.
So,
and he shot the thing with one of those. You've seen Handmaid's Tale, haven't you?
Yeah.
Where they use those lenses that are like super small depth of field, which makes sense for that.
Yeah.
He's using that for an action movie. And I was like, what the fuck are you thinking? That's just completely art. I'm going to be artsy, man.
The only time I've seen where like that, like lack of depth of focus works really well is like in like when Michael Mann uses it like in Heat and stuff like that.
Well, they did it in Falcon and the Winter Soldier in the scenes with a therapist, which I thought was made sense.
Yeah.
But that is not an action. You don't use it for action movie. Nope. That makes no fucking sense.
Heat, they used it during like the confrontations with Pacino and De Niro, like in the dark, where they're like near each other. It's not like during like the chase sequences for effect and stuff. Yeah,
yeah.
Jesus.
So,
all right,
man, give me $200 million. I bet you I can come up with something way better.
We could do some crazy shit.
Yeah,
we're ready.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I've been living on so little money my whole life. I could make a fucking amazing movie for you. Because I would delegate.
Yes, we would find the most talented people to fill those spots.
Exactly.
Yeah. I got no ego in this. I want to make the best movie.
I just want to make something good.
Exactly.
Jesus.
So Jake goes on. He says, "Call it post-grunge Astro Weeks. Call it Midnight Suicide Soul from the Katrina-ravaged swamplands of New Orleans. Call it the solo debut from ex-Acid Bath, ex-Agents of Oblivion, ex-Deadboy and the Elephantmen singer / songwriter Dax Riggs, lyrical marvel, in parentheses, Pig Destroyer's J.R. Haynes, no slouch himself, is a super fan, narcotics enthusiast and possessor of the finest aha in rock and roll. All apologies to Nick Cave and Grinder Man, but we sing of Only Blood or Love is the heavy psychedelic R&B gospel blues album of the year." So
yeah, it does have more, I think, R&B than I really thought. Mm-hmm. It's not, but it doesn't like take you out of it. It just makes sense why he's using that toolbox. But
I think it's just who he's maybe bringing in a little bit. He does bring Alex Bergeson back in, who was on the Agents of Oblivion record on bass, which is kind of interesting. So he has that kind of relationship.
Yeah.
Sean Keating on keys, Adam Clement on drums. And Matt Sweeney produced it and also plays guitar. And Matt Sweeney, just for the full kind of showdown, he toured with Bonnie Prince Billy. Mm-hmm. He played with Zwan, which was the post Smashing Pumpkins Billy Corgan project that also was Pajo on that? Or was
Dave Pajo was on that.
From Slint.
I actually like that record a lot.
Yeah, it's great.
I think it's a really good record. Was Jimmy Chamberlain on drums or was somebody else?
On that. Yeah.
I have to
But
consult
Sweeney plays guitar on the Probot record, which was the Dave Grohl kind of metal record that had Lee Dorian and Lemmy and all kinds of people.
That might be the greatest. I don't know how you want, like, tribute record.
Yeah, kind of like fun tribute, kind of like.
But also, like, you've got the clout because you pull in, all these great, like, disparate, people. Yeah. It's cool that it actually worked.
Yeah, sure. It worked really well. He toured with Iggy on the tour I actually saw Iggy Pop on, which was the post-pop depression tour that also had Josh Homme from Caius, Queens of Stone Age. And then just for weird, obscure hip-hop heads, he also played guitar on the first ELP production. And ELP is one half of Run the Jewels. And it was Cage's Hell's Winter, which is a great record. I have it upstairs. And so he was on Johnny Cash 100 Highways. He was on Cat Power, their covers record. So Matt Sweeney's a really kind of interesting dude. So
yeah, I like how vast he is. Yeah, going back to Zwan real quick.
Was it Jimmy?
Jimmy Chamberlain on drums, Billy Corgan, Paz Lenchichin, bass player that's played with the Pixies, Perfect Circle, Silver Jews, Queens of Stone Age.
Oh,
yeah,
that's got to be a different code name. What's his name?
I think is it a woman? Yeah, it's a woman.
So she played.
Argentinian American musician. She's played bass, guitar, vocalist, and violinist for the Pixies.
Okay.
Then she's known for playing bass, strings, various other. So I think she's more known for playing violin on things, but she's playing bass on this.
Interesting.
And then, Dave Pajo and from Slint and Matt Sweeney. It's pretty. Just the one record.
I just remember how excited I was because I was such a huge Slint fan. I liked Smashing Pumpkins. I kind of faded away from them by the time
the first
Swan
two
came
records
out,
I like a lot, but I was always like I'd give them the benefit of the doubt for something. But
interesting.
When did this come out? 2005.
Okay.
2003.
So it was a few years before this, about 4 years before this
Yeah.
record. So, also, I'll go on a limb and say this, but "We Sing of Only Blood or Love." It's one of my favorite records ever. In terms of just that, not metal, but it's just like a record I like listening to, and I've put it on for years, for 13, 14 years, and I just enjoy it as much as I do today, if not more than I did back then. And so, it's the kind of record like Buckley that you can put on around people. It's fairly inoffensive.
It's fairly timeless too.
People kind of get into it. People like kind of get hooked on it a little.
It doesn't seem. I don't think when you hear it, you don't think,
"Oh, 2007." No.
No, just like you throw on Grace, and you're still like, "Oh, this could have came out whenever."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And so so you've kind of only recently kind of gotten into this, right? Then.
Yeah, I mean, I just bought it.
Yeah. So I guess just like I'm kind of curious on your take on like how like what some of the songs that sort of struck you or some of the things, because I certainly have a lot of takes, but I'm kind of curious if you.
Yeah, a lot of my talking about the Demons, mostly just I've got a lot of like facts in here, just like what we just talked about.
What you got?
But then like the Bonnie Prince Billy stuff, the Zwan, Will Oldham.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly that Demon I was just talking about Matt Sweeney.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have I have truncated song titles. Night is the Notion. Like I put super emotional without being cringy.
I
can't understand. I don't know what the other word is I wrote here.
I'll come to Night as a Notion in a moment on mine because I have some thoughts on that.
Okay.
They're pretty personal, but
I was just kind of like overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
It's a lot to digest.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had 14 years to kind of like put down some kind of thoughts, but it was hard for me to write some things. Demon Tied to a Chair.
Yeah, I just felt like it was. It's one of those timeless records.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was kind of hard to write anything specifically about it.
And I think that's what I get from like one of the things about that Lester Bangs essay about Astro Weeks is he has trouble, I think, encapsulating like what he feels from that. And I would have trouble writing about Grace. You know, like I would just, it's kind of like, like I could say a lot about like The Godfather, like why you should watch it. But like to me, like it just speaks for, just watch it.
Yeah.
Like, just listen to like what I mean, like
it speaks for itself.
Yeah, just kind of it is what it is, you know. But yeah, Demon Tied to a Chair in my brain, the song that kind of kicks off the whole record, perfectly encapsulates what Jay Bennett was kind of talking about, in that review we just read, with regards to the sort of dark suicide psychedelic folk. It's got this lumbering kind of monolithic riffs that cascade with impassioned death soul. I made that up. And I said he even reveals some Ian Astbury-isms in a song like this.
Yeah. Well, he's really like, he's opening up his voice and not, I mean, I got to feel like that's, to be that vulnerable singing has to be tough to get to that place. And he gets there a lot on this record.
And speaking of that, Night is the Notion. And here's I'll just read what I wrote, I guess, because it is what it is. I just said, I almost can't talk about this song. To me, it's like Anathema's Wings of God, Porcupine Tree Trains, or Nick Drake, Things Behind the Sun for me. These are songs that just like, they go beyond words. I've put them on mixtapes for years for people I've been in relationships with and had deep friendships with. And it's like the music itself just like says what I can't maybe say sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was dating somebody right when this record came out that I ended up living with, and we dated for 4.5 years and stuff. I just said, so I think of that song a lot when I think of this. Things Behind the Sun I think about when I was dating Savannah, because I really like digested that Nick Drake song then. For some reason it hit different. But I said it exists in a purely emotional plane, which is healthy for me because I tend to exist in an overanalyzed intellectual headspace. So this is one song that I'd like to keep to my own thoughts, my own kind of like private thoughts.
Yeah.
Because like, I think, you know me well, that I tend to like overanalyze and over-intellectualize things. And I just think there are some things like this and those other songs I mentioned that I have a tough time articulating because they mean so much to me.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it's like, every time I hear this song, it just takes me to this really, like you said, it's really emotional, but it's not cringy. It's just like a state of mind, a state of being. And I don't know if I've actually ever looked at the lyrics to this song, because I don't know if I actually want to know, because I just almost have my own impression of what like the song makes me feel like.
Yeah.
You know, like Nick Drake, Things Behind the Sun. When I hear that song, I think about the story that Mike told me about the making of that record, Pink Moon, where like he was just so lonely and in such like a bad place, and he kind of snuck into the studio, recorded it, and then like left. And like Things Behind the Sun, it's almost like that's it, like just the opening of that song. Like, do yourself a favor, go listen to that song, pause this podcast, go listen to Things Behind the Sun from Nick Drake. It's just incredible. But like, I don't know, there's something like so big about it that I don't know if you have songs for you that like just take you to such a personal place. And it's not a bad personal place. It's not like a scarred emotion, but it's like, I almost don't want to do any disservice to something that is so meaningful to me by like trying to like put it into a box, because it just is bigger than that for me.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of stuff that's, the songs that kind of like fulfill they can emotionally kind of encapsulate how you feel better than you could ever explain it to anybody else.
Yeah.
And I think it's even more powerful that you can't, like, that's the magic in some of the stuff that, like Anathema Judgment.
Yeah. Which I mentioned, Wings of God.
And,
it's like hard for me to talk about that.
Like, like Last Goodbye is a fucking, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
I listened to that, that's when my lady friend was making fun of, she thought I just bought some Buckley records.
Yeah.
And I was telling her I was just listening to something that kind of got me a little, emotional. She assumed it was Buckley, but it was the Anathema record.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, you probably haven't heard it. I didn't bother sharing it. But yeah, that whole record is kind of, I can't exactly remember what was happening in my life at that time, but I remember hearing that, and that the emotional rawness of that like really kind of echoed with how I was feeling at the time.
Yeah.
And a lot of this record has they're kind of like timeless records that kind of supersede genre or anything. It's just like they're just kind of undeniably great.
I put Catatonia, like maybe Last Fair, in this category sometimes, or at least aspects of that.
Yeah.
But
I'd
even
even
like
say,
For My Demons, like the opening, like hearing that song, that was such a huge evolutionary leap from like where they had been with Discouraged Ones,
Yeah. I think Tonight's Decision is a pretty powerful record.
It's not even my favorite Catatonia, but like it has powerful moments that are like when he's like, you would never sleep at night if you knew what I'd been through. I just remember like it just like hit me. I was like, I mean, I was a freshman in college, so like I was pseudo intellectual, like trying to like understand who I was emotionally. And, but it's like, those things, they catch you at, like, I don't know if I'd play that song for like a 40-year-old now, if they would give a shit. They'd probably be like, oh, it's a good song, but I've settled into who I am at this point. You know what I mean?
I think like stuff like that that's so personal. You share it. You just share it with people that you're intimate with, and if it's if like with a partner or with a close friend, or like it's not something you just casually put on.
Yeah, I think one thing that's hard for people maybe to understand is like, you, me, and Chris, and even like Mark Coughlin, a good friend of ours from the record store. I mean, even Brian, who used to write for Eclipse and stuff like that. Like, I think there's like, even though maybe some of us have gone on different journeys in our life, like if you were to bring us back and put like Last Fair Deal Gone like on, that's like, we would all be in a place.
Yeah.
Together.
It would transport us somewhere.
And that's cool. And that's an intimacy and a really an interesting thing that like is a shared kind of collective sort of spirit about music and on some level. And I don't get that as much anymore, other than when we're kind of doing this. That's why I'm always excited when we both kind of catch the same things. Write things in our notes that are like, oh, you picked up on that too. Oh, cool. you know, because it's like collective from like afar, because we're not like making notes together usually, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're making them on our own and stuff, but
yeah, we have a huge shared history of music
Yeah.
consumption together. So
Yeah.
it's nice when we pick up on similar things.
And that's always where like Grindcore Coon and I can still make some, and I'm sure you and Chris can, even before like I kind of came in the picture, but we can kind of make like weird like allusions to like a time from like 9th grade to like 11th grade when like he and I were like primarily listening to music together.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
we were discovering death metal together and black metal and doom metal, like grindcore. Like we are all, and I were like on that journey together.
I think that's an
until
important,
you and Chris and I all kind of
that's like
connected.
an important, at least with music fans, it's an important relationship to find that other person that you can experience those like really like those new things that you're super excited about. Because me and Chris was all the early death metal stuff, and then when we were going to school together, it was like the perfect time to be expanding, but also like being like really deep into like what was happening in the metal world. But we also had another foot in 5 other things.
Yeah,
that was like the perfect time to do it. Like we weren't tied down by anything outside of school.
Yep.
So there's just like another thing to like experience and dive deep into, like all of our classes we were doing, or you know, film or everything. It was just like, and I still feel the same way about. I'm still as excited to get into and research stuff as I was then.
Well, it was funny, like
probably more now.
When we were eating dinner, kind of taking a break in between some sets, we were watching the documentary thing on Shudder, and they were talking about Italian horror movies, and like they were talking about Inferno.
Yeah.
And like I'm just like instantly transported back, like that water sequence at the opening of Inferno, which is a Dario Argento movie, to like sitting in Dr. J's like lecture hall, like the two of us, and then like nerding out and trying to buy stuff on Anchor Bay and like getting a hold of like
early Amazon stuff.
Yeah, it was such an early collector's kind of thing.
Amazon at that time was just starting.
Yeah.
And I would you'd spend like $20, then you get like a $10 gift card.
Yeah.
And that's how I was getting all the not Blu-rays at that point, but all DVDs and stuff at that time.
So the kids, I was like logged in on Amazon showing something on Prime in my class, and somehow it said like on my account, oh, you know what it was? I had a receipt that I'd printed off that I was submitting for something I'd bought, and it said that I was an Amazon member since like 1999. And the kids that was like before they were born, and they were just like, Amazon was abound. I was like, yeah. I said I was in college. I was pretty cutting edge at that point. Like I was in eBay and Amazon like right when that shit came out.
That's where I got like Night of the Hunter and stuff early on. You know?
Exactly. So it's like, you know, I guess I never really thought about like being cutting edge on Amazon, but yeah, I'd kind of been there for the whole fucking ride, I guess, you know, for better or for worse. But
yeah, even like with like Twitter, I had a beta or
oh really?
Like an off. What the hell is it called?
It might be
like
beta.
an invite. Yeah. Before it was like a big mass thing.
That's sweet.
I'm not on it anymore, but it was like I was like I was really in like following the cutting edge shit at the time.
Yeah. And then you get to a certain point where you're like, yeah.
The cutting edge is for the young.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to like TikTok is probably really awesome, and kids show me funny TikTok videos from time to time. I'm like, I just don't.
I just think it's all the Chinese government figuring out what we are, and then they're trying to destroy it.
I just have too much time tied up in music and movies to pay attention.
I don't care about 15-second. We already had Vines years ago, 15-second videos of people being idiots. Like,
yeah,
but bless you, do whatever you want to do.
Whatever makes you happy, right?
Yeah.
Whatever makes you happy. So from Night is the Notion, we get into a kind of trio of tunes. We get a really short piece here, Ouroboros. And I just said it's very Nick Drake sparseness. It's got kind of a primal folk Irish blues heart. This is where I guess you could definitely hear like the Van Morrison Astro Weeks kind of aspect.
Yeah.
And then Forget I Was Alive. I said, this is where Roxy Music comes in a big way. And it sounds like Virginia Plain from Roxy Music from the debut, the self-titled. Very 70s, Ziggy, Roxy, you know, that kind of stuff. I said the chorus reminds me of Virginia Plain. And it's got really awesome, like hunky-dory kind of Bowie guitar near the end that this slays. Like cool, like, what was the guy's name? Tony, the guitar player on Ziggy and Asher? Tony Asher? No. Fuck. It's going to bother me. He played, he helped produce Ziggy too, but he played the guitar as well on Hunky Dory and on Ziggy Stardust.
I thought Ziggy played guitar.
Ziggy did play guitar, yes. Tony Visconti. Is it Visconti?
I will find out here.
Okay, Mark's gonna find out. So yeah, so that's what it kind of reminds me of is his kind of guitar playing there on "Forget I Was Alive." And then we'll end the set with
Mick Ronson.
Mick Ronson. Okay, it must have been Tony Visconti that produced it then. I'm almost positive. Yeah, Mick Ronson is a guitar player for sure. I can picture him, long blonde hair. Yeah, I think it's Visconti.
David Boy production, Ken Scott, Ray Staff.
God damn it! If it's not Visconti, I'm going to be really pissed.
I don't see Rick Wakeman.
Damn it! All right, we'll look. I got to find out where Tony Visconti comes in to play. But and then we'll end the set with Dog-Headed Whore. Great title.
Yikes.
I said it reminds me of a Led Zeppelin 3 outtake mixed with Roy Orbison and Palace music.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Kind of Jinx Blues, kind of Sunhouse kind of feeling here.
Yeah.
It's just got like that, Appalachia, that empty, open kind of thing that just...
the rawness. I think Sunhouse is one of those, like, that was like a pivotal... Sunhouse and like Muddy Waters were two of the big, like, this isn't all sound the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like, I'd assume blues was just like the crap you would hear, you know. I thought it was all, whatever. It's kind of boring. And hear those guys, I was like, Jesus Christ, like, especially like Electric Mud and
sure.
But Sunhouse was just something, it was like lo-fi before that was a thing.
Yeah, you had Sunhouse and like, Charlie Patton was the other guy that was kind of really interesting. That, you know, the Jinx Blues stuff is like kind of the rawer side, where, like, you know, when he's playing Death Letter Blues and stuff, like, he's banging on the guitar with like the palm of his hand and stuff and creating like a kind of percussive sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so what was so like interesting about like Robert Johnson when he kind of came in is he's like the first guy to like kind of do delicate like riffing and stuff, whereas like guys like Dax, or not Dax, but Sunhouse are like beating the shit out of their guitars the whole time. You know?
Yeah.
So,
well, real quick about, I got a Van Morrison connection.
Gotcha.
Mick Ronson was a sideman
for Van Morrison.
And for Dylan.
Oh, you know, I knew Ronson had played. Ronson played with a ton of people. He's an underrated guitar player. Like, he
plays like Ian Hunter.
Yeah, he's like the driving force of like those great Bowie like rock records. I think he
actually co-produced Lou Reed's Transformer too.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's just like kind of the driving force of that sound there. I wouldn't have been surprised if he played with Iggy at one point either. But
who knows? I'm just Wikipediaing right now.
There you go.
Yeah, with Lou Reed, with David Boy, with Michael Chapman, with Ian Hunter, with Bob Dylan, Morrissey, Elton John.
Yeah, he was like a guitar for hire type guy.
Yeah, Dwayne Eddy. I mean, he's run the gamut.
He's got cool fucking hair. He looks kind of like he's got almost like Ric Flair hair.
He died at my age.
Ronson did?
Yeah, 46.
Didn't know he died young. Yep. I get him and who was the guy that replaced Blackmore on guitar for Deep Purple? Tommy
Bolin.
Yeah, I kind of like, for some reason I think of those two guys kind of as contemporaries. They're kind of glamish, kind of hard driving, kind of rock style.
Yeah.
You know? So. But any thoughts on any of those other tunes after Night is a Notion? I know your notes are kind of like all over the place, but I wanted to give you a chance if you had anything to say about Ouroboros or Forget I Was Alive or Dog-Headed Whore.
No, all my notes are for the next set.
Oh, sweet. All right, so let's get into it. There's a big set of We Sing of Only Blood or Love. We got Demon Tied to a Chair in My Brain, Night is the Notion, Ouroboros, Forget I Was Alive, and Dog-Headed Whore.
Demon tied to a chair in my brain, blackbird a tapping on the window pane, sick man smiling at a stray dog in the rain, demon tied to a chair in my brain. Tied to a chair in my brain, lovers burn and ghostly dragging their chains, met eyes from the window of that midnight train, tied to a chair in my brain. Demon tied to a chair in my brain. Night is the notion, everything sleeps beneath. We are the explosion in which lies the dream. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe you die, or maybe, baby, you don't. Maybe, baby, you don't. That is the notion. So I count the stars in my dark cup and forget this. So, Lord, I can't believe the earth ain't swallowed us yet. The earth ain't swallowed us yet. We are the explosion. We are the explosion. Wilderness and all its thorns tangled up around my horns. I ain't got time to die tonight, climbing the stars into the midnight hours. The serpent is eating itself. My heart is on fire with its death and desire. I ain't got time to die, climbing the stars into the midnight hour. The serpent is eating itself. The serpent is eating itself. The serpent is myself. Tonight I ain't got time to die. Oh, baby, tonight I ain't got time to die. Yeah, baby, tonight I ain't got time to die. Tonight I ain't got time to die. They took the drugs and left you stranded down in Mexico. I found one dreamed the dead said you had blood on your soul. But what did you know? I've been told blood makes the grass grow. But baby, what do you know? You got to let it roll, but what would I know? I know how the grass will grow. We'll leave our skins outside that door. It will be like it was before. I forgot I was alive. What do you know? I've been told blood make the grass grow. But baby, what do you know? You got to let it roll. What would I know? I know how the grass will grow. We'll leave our skins outside that door. It will be like it was before. I forgot I was alive. I know how the grass will grow. We'll leave our skins outside that door. It will be like it was before. I forgot I was alive. I forgot I was alive. Yeah, I forgot I was alive. Yeah, I forgot I was alive. Yeah, I forgot I was alive. I forgot I was alive. Yeah, I forgot I was alive. I know how the grass will grow. We'll leave our stands outside the door. It will be like it was before. I forgot I was alive. We knew the devil's hands. We wish the king was dead. How we waltzed upon the tombs down at the carnival. I'm a black clown in this prison rodeo. Starting like a dog-headed hope and the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode. Little spider left for Germany. There's a hell of a whole lot of stars between you and me. Bless those black boots that I knew before. Hey, starting like a dog-headed hope and the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode. Oh, hoping the moon explode. Hoping the moon explode.
Like many folks, I got into Dax rigs through Acid Bath. The band was great, but his voice took it to a whole other level. When they broke up, I would always follow his new stuff. Agents of Oblivion, Deadboy and the Elephantmen. I dug it all. But his first solo record, We Sing of Only Blood or Love, that's the record. That's the one. It's a masterpiece, and I don't use that term lightly at all. I'd put it up there with anything by Nick Cave, Mark Lanigan, anyone you'd care to name. When I met him in 2007, or maybe it was 2008, not long after We Sing of Blood or Love, I'd never actually seen a photo of him. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but he's not a big guy at all. So he's like Dio or Mina Caputo, this giant voice coming out of a small body. I don't know how that happens. I don't know what the physiology is there. But it doesn't matter. He's got a voice for the ages. If I had my way, he'd be up there with the all-time greats.
Just heard from Jay Bennett there. Nice testimonial. And we had Dogheaded Horror.
Say a true testimonial.
True testimonial, yes, from MC5. It's time to testify. Forget I Was Alive, Ouroboros, Night is the Notion, and then, of course, we kick things off with Demon Tied to a Chair in My Brain. Boy, I listened to that record a lot when I was driving. I had my master's classes, and some in Detroit and some in Grand Rapids, which for people that don't know, geographically is about 2.5 hours away from where we are here. And so I would coach track on Fridays. The girl I was starting to date lived on Kalamazoo, which is like where Kellogg's is, for you cereal fans out there. It's on the other
Seventh-day Adventists.
Yeah, well, Battle Creek actually is technically.
Well, the Kellogg's were Seventh-day Adventists.
And so I would drive 2.5 hours to the other side of the state of Michigan to go to this night class on Buddhism. And then I would like stay at her house, and then I would go to class all day Saturday and then like hang out with her Saturday night and then drive home Sunday and go teach. And it was just like this cycle vicious for like a while. And this record came out right when we, were kind of dating. So I just remember that drive on just highway driving, you know what I mean? And Demon Tied to a Chair in My Brain is kind of like one of them that really stands out to me.
I mean, in the blues tradition, he could play that song for probably 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It could just keep going and going and going and going.
Yeah. He just kind of, great intro, the whole thing. It just works. So, but we've got one more tune from this record before we go into the final Dax thing. And, for all intents and purposes, Say Goodnight to the World is kind of it's the last thing he's like kind of put out as an official release. There's some live things that have kind of entered into YouTube through the years, and we're actually going to end with something that's kind of a live little kind of bonus thing. But it's a little bit more laid back. It's slower. It's a little hazier atmosphere that kind of lets his voice envelop the listener.
I think it's more vocal. I mean,
it's not as guitar driven for sure.
I would say it's
the
more
guitar
singer-songwriter.
Yep, absolutely. But before we sort of get into that, we do have one last tune, which is Scarlet of Heaven Nor Hell. And I just thought it's a tight little blues rock number that comes kind of out of the Buckley school of thought. It's short, sweet, smoldering guitar at the end. Very cool. And there's a tune on here too called Death Bright we were just having a conversation about this guy. It was actually remixed on the record by Andrew W.K. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And then there's a Fairpoint Convention. Richard Thompson, who came from Fairpoint Convention, they do the cover of his tune Wall of Death, which we're not going to hear. So,
but you can go listen to it. You should go buy I bought the LP.
Go get it.
Sealed for $14.99.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Fat Possum?
Yeah, I think I got on Discogs.
Nice.
That's I was telling you the guy that sent me the message like,
oh,
hey Mark, thanks for your next order.
One time I went through Tim Hortons in the morning, and I get the same kind of thing usually in the morning if I go there, and they write your order on the lid. They'll write 3 creams, 2 sugars, or whatever it was, and the lid just said Hundy. And then they handed it to me, and I was like creeped out. I was like,
"What, one of your
shit.
students working there?"
Yeah, it had to have been. But like at the same time, I was like, do I come here that much? Like I felt like really self-conscious. So, but yeah, so it's this is probably out of the stuff we've heard thus far, this is probably the one I reached the least to.
Okay.
it's not because it's bad. It's just like, I think I can get like singer-songwriter stuff out of other artists maybe that like scratch that itch a little bit more. I think what I like about Dax on the stuff he did with Deadboy or that first solo record or even Agents is there's still a little bit of ballsiness to it. There's still like a little bit of that. And that's the thing that kind of gets me on Say Goodnight to the World. It's great. I mean, he's still a fucking, according to Sammy, the best vocalist you can kind of have. Period. Exactly. But it's just, to me, I mean, the title track's probably my favorite thing on the whole record, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's like even obviously like Bowie, Hutchins, a lot of inaccessisms on this. I think that might be how poppy it is, how stripped down, and how it's not disappointing. It's just I think like artists that like their trajectory goes so quick, so away from what they
burn through a lot of ideas quickly.
So I don't dislike the record, but it's not as like immediate as that.
That's what I mean.
First solo.
Yeah.
But I still dig it.
Yeah. I mean, I own it.
But it reminds me of more like more of like a forgettable indie rock record that I would have like really dug in the early 2000s.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, you mentioned the kind of Bowie-isms, and I definitely hear that in the title track. It's got like an early Stones kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
It's like kind of a Rolling Stones kind of solo that kind of bleeds through, while kind of Dax he repeats that title like over and over, almost like a Buddhist mantra. He kind of, say hello or say goodnight to the world. Yeah. And it's a cool approach. It's just, to me, like what I like about Dax is his kind of abstract lyrics and some of the things.
These aren't quite as abstract.
And I feel like everything's a little bit kind of refined, maybe too much for me. And maybe that's what I get. You and I have kind of often talked about some of our difficulties with some of the newer Catatonia stuff at times, that it's like we need them to do like the next, whatever their next evolution is going to be.
Yeah.
And they kind of dance around it. And sometimes they do it for a song or so, but then they kind of come right back to like the safety net of like what's comfortable for them. Yeah. And it's good. They're good at what they do. And Dax is good at what he does, but it's like, I don't know.
I think that's like it's probably a maturity thing. I think it's really difficult. Like even coming from like say like comic art world, certain people hit like a peak, and like John Byrne never really he was always great, but he never he hit that wall.
The X-Men, Fantastic Four, Avengers era, and then
and everything after it looks the same.
Yeah. I like that She-Hulk run, but like it looks exactly like everything else.
But so you like hit, I think artistically, no matter what you're doing, you hit like something you hit a wall on that you have to kind of go a different way to really progress. And what he did, I think, was more like writing.
Yeah.
He focused more on that because he already nailed the art part of it. But I think it's a pretty rare bird to actually be able to change up. Like Miller did it pretty well with like in the late 70s with Daredevil. Mm-hmm. And then going on and then, redefining himself again with Dark Knight, and then doing, say like Sin City with this high contrast style.
Yeah.
And then after that, he kind of petered. He did 300, then kind of, I don't really care what his stuff looks like now. It's not very interesting.
Not very interesting. Yep.
But I think you've only got so many of those big things, unfortunately, in your artistic career.
Do you feel that impetus? Like, do you see that evolution in yourself?
Oh, of course. Yeah. I haven't. My thing is I try to keep pushing myself in different directions. Mm-hmm. Because I don't want to look at my stuff and like, oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like I've got a consistency, but I don't want to like rest on it. I want to keep pushing it. And you've only got so much to really deal with as far as that's concerned. But I try, like any limitations I've got, I try to push it in directions that aren't obvious to kind of like mask those things or something. But I definitely do see progression in my work still, which is good.
That is good. I think
it's not as like huge from like 15 years ago. I could like look year to year and like, Jesus, it's a huge jump.
Sure.
It's like little incremental things that you like. I've got sticky notes on my desk, like work on folds more, like little things, And if you don't push yourself you're going to keep doing it wrong forever, and just it's always going to look the same.
I mean, I think on some level, like the artistry of teaching, like that's something I kind of struggle with. Like I've been doing it for 17 years. Some classes I've been teaching for, a decade plus. And so like you got to change things up to like keep challenging yourself, because, we've all had the teacher that's kind of phoning it in at one stage of our life.
I think we've had too many of those, unfortunately.
Yeah. And so like I think that's the driving force. It's kind of like what drives me with the podcast or anything else, is like I never want, it's like you with your art, like you never want somebody to like look at you in that way. I never want to be, I've heard kids talk about those teachers in my earshot, and like the thought of being on the receiving end of that conversation in somebody else's class, like them talking about me in somebody else's class, like is the driving force to like wanting to be like, to just have some vitality, because it can be very tempting to phone it in, because I'll say this, and this isn't like a brag, I'm good at what I do, and so I could just do plateau teaching, right, and get away with a lot doing that.
But I don't think that's in your it's not in your makeup.
It's not, but
and that like both of us are similar in that fact that I don't think we're willing to, especially stuff that really matters to you, you want to put in extra, like for this month's, I think it'll actually come out by the time this is out. The newest Decibel I did at the Gates. I did an illustration for them, or of them, and that's the third time I've done it. And I went back and looked at the first one I did was like the Purgatory's Unleashed.
Yep.
The live record that I kind of like aped the whole, where they got, for Slaughter the Soul, where they're sitting around with a bunch of beer bottles and shit.
In the back. Yep.
And I looked at the original art of that, and it was 18 by 24, this huge fucking thing that I inked with a dip brush and stuff. And it's not, the likenesses aren't very good. And then I saw the To Drink for the Night itself one. I was like, okay, but I put a huge stressor on myself, because I've looked at these guys, these band members, for 30 years.
Yeah.
And I'm holding my, like, I redid that 3 times, because I wasn't hitting like that does, I know I can make Tampa look better than that, or I can like Adrian's very, has a very distinct look.
Yeah.
So I want to like really nail those couple of guys, or like the the Boiler, whichever Boiler it is at this point. But they've got very distinct looks, and I've looked at them for so long. I just push myself even further to make sure I
can say, having seen this before, it looks awesome.
Thank you.
It's one of the coolest things you've done.
But I have to have those kind of like, if I was just doing it of like doing a caricature of 3 dudes that worked at a bank, I wouldn't have this. I would still try to do as good as I could, but having that extra attachment makes you go even further.
Well, I know, like when we showed people like the print of the David Bowie Tiger that you did, people that like have known your stuff on a lot of our shirts for cross country for years were like, oh, that's the best thing Mark's done
good.
for like the shirts, in terms of like color scheme and design and things like that. It might not necessarily be everybody's favorite shirt, because it depends on what their feelings are for a band. You might be more nostalgic for Aerosmith or Van Halen or the Ramones, whatever. But like, just in terms of like, they're like, oh, that's the coolest Tiger he's ever done, and that was the sole purpose, was the Tiger, and it's cool that you did that, So, and spoiler alert, he'll be doing a Prince Purple Rain.
God, I've been having a hard time with that one.
Really?
I've been working on it like in the background, and I was like, I'm not.
That's fine. You got it.
Being on that motorcycle is a bitch.
Yeah, I'm sure.
To draw, because it's what I need to do is not focus on the motorcycle as much, because it's
just have that be like kind of like almost like a cartoon, like bat cycle. It's very.
Well, I need
angular.
to simplify the because I'm trying to like get all these weird things on it, and
just keep it purple and sleek.
I'm trying, and then change the proportions to make the Tiger actually bigger in the picture too.
Yeah.
But
so that'll be forthcoming for any of you Requiem fans that want a exclusive Prince Armada Tigers cross country shirt. Let us know.
Yeah, if anybody, shoot Jason, because you pre-order the things.
Yeah,
so if you want one, we'll be glad to send you one out.
Yep. So I think like that's the thing about this record, and maybe that's why Dax hasn't done anything since. Maybe he recognized that this was kind of the end of that road, and he is looking to make sure if he does release something that he has like the right kind of creative spirit, and I respect that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
It's a bummer because he's been gone in kind of a decade. I mean, this record's 2010, so it's like,
well, he reissued this recently.
Okay.
And I know he like autographed all the pre-orders and stuff,
which is cool, but like I'd rather have a new Dax record.
Sure.
Ultimately, but You know,
I think there's people that need, if you don't have any peers that you're working with or you're in contact with,
yeah.
I think that's a detriment.
Yeah, and
to-
he keeps kind of a revolving door of musicians kind of going through this, and so maybe it's just like hard for him to get that fire lit.
Yeah, because you need, like, he definitely has the goods, but it's also helpful if you're surrounded by people that are also doing stuff that inspires you.
He needs a Robert Downey Jr. Wonder Boys kind of situation to
Yeah.
occur,
Yes.
where whatever he's working on can just like float away into the sky, and he has to start from scratch and actually write the real novel he wants to. Speaking of Mike, we were talking about Michael Douglas in what, part 2? With
we're talking
Romance
about
of the
Liberace.
Stone
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, that might be my favorite Michael Douglas movie.
I
of all
really
time.
love that movie.
I think it's incredible.
It came out at a kind of perfect time, and it kind of summed up a lot of ideas I had that I couldn't.
I think we both
Communicate.
really related to that movie a lot.
And
you
like
know?
that was Curtis
Hanson.
Curtis Hanson, who only did about a handful of movies and fucking died.
Yeah. LA Confidential,
Yep.
a lot most people know, and Wonder Boys. Did that poker movie with Eric Bana.
I don't think I saw that, but he did. Oh no, that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Terry Zwigoff. I'm thinking of Art School Confidential,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
which was another big thing at the time. And Ghost World.
Ghost World, yeah. Crumb.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Man, that's, if you watch that again, it's Jesus, man. you understand his art a lot, and I saw it a couple. I don't think I really paid attention closely.
Yeah.
I was like, those guys are fucked, man. Him and his brother, Jesus Christ. But it's like, wow, you can make it through.
So speaking of art, making it through, that's Wonder Boys.
That's it.
Yeah, honestly, if you want for newer, Requiem fans or younger people who are looking for, like, Wonder Boys is a movie I just give to people, just the lend. I'm like, just kind of give it a chance, just watch it, and people always come back. They're like, wow, that was like.
I need to. I haven't watched it in like probably 5 or 6 years.
I put it on like about a year and a half ago just to see, and I was like, yeah,
it really made me. I saw myself in a lot of the characters.
Sure.
A lot of the bullshit behaviors I was doing and stuff,
Yeah.
and like the inflated dumbass ideas I had. And sometimes you got to just throw it away and start over.
yeah. I wanted to see myself in the Katie Holmes character.
Well,
I had a mean
Who
Katie
didn't?
Holmes
Who didn't at that point?
crush. I mean, I even watched Dawson's Creek for Katie Holmes, so that's
well, then
how-
you got The Gift.
she was the gift. Yeah.
We got Sam Raimi movie and
Yeah, Katie Holmes. That
Nudity.
was peak Katie Holmes right there. That
True.
was pre Tom Cruise Katie Holmes before he kind of fucked her whole world
I
up.
forgot about all that.
Yeah. I mean, she had that.
I think they had a kid together too, didn't they?
No, I don't think they did.
Didn't they?
I don't think so.
Oh, that was Kidman.
I think she was stepmom to the Kidman kids and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, she did the first Batman, and then she kind of disappeared. She was in that first one. She got replaced by Maggie Gyllenhaal, right?
Oof, I don't remember
Pretty
anything
sure.
about
I'm
those
pretty sure in
movies.
the Batman Begins, that's Katie Holmes, and then Gyllenhaal
Oh, yeah.
shows up in Dark Knight, and then is killed by Two-Face. So
Okay.
yeah, because I think Katie Holmes became problematic with like being married to Tom Cruise. Like, just like people were probably following her and shit, and I'm sure Christopher Nolan's like, you know what? I don't fucking need this shit in my life.
Those movies don't really do much for me anymore.
Really?
I rewatched what was it? The second one, I think.
Dark Knight with Ledger.
It's okay.
I still have a.
I think if he was
fondness
still alive, people wouldn't be
for him. Sure
praising his performance quite so. It was an interesting take on the character, but I've also fallen out of love a lot with Nolan.
Okay.
I think he's a lot more bluster and flash than he is of any substance.
I like The
Unfortunately,
Prestige and Memento. And
I like his earlier stuff,
some of that stuff, yeah.
but
I even like Inception.
I
but
tried watching part of Tenet and I turned it off.
I saw it in the theater. It's not great.
I don't. There's
it's
no
a bunch
point.
of kind of ideas that are not like pulled together correctly.
Yeah,
I mean, it's twisty and stuff, but
but it doesn't mean anything.
yeah,
There's no, like, I don't care about any of the characters. I don't care about what's happening.
yeah, it's just like an execution of like a stylistic idea without like anything there.
Yeah. Like even like Interstellar had its scenes that I thought were good. And
Yeah.
stuff, but ultimately I don't care.
Yeah.
I like those. I like The Following,
Sure.
Memento, and what the hell?
Well, he did the remake of that Swedish film.
Did you do that Robin Williams movie?
Insomnia.
Yeah, I think Insomnia is great.
Yeah, it's great.
but I don't think he's writing those either.
Yeah, I don't know. Prestige, I think, still holds up pretty well. I don't know when the last time you saw that.
I saw it a couple years ago.
But yeah, it's yeah. But
it's just like a reevaluation of like where I'm at, where they're at.
Yeah,
I think I've like gone beyond his aesthetic at this point, and I'm more interested.
There's like
in
kind of a
other
pseudo
stuff.
To his stuff.
There's a pseudo intellectualism to his stuff,
and it does,
which
like,
bothers me.
And then once you like, I don't know, it's like hard. Once you get into like Tarkovsky and stuff, you're just kind of like, why do I need pseudo intellectualism when I can like watch Stalker and Solaris?
Yeah,
and, you know, like,
well, that's why I feel like the Kubrick movies and stuff
Yeah.
too is like, you know, instead of watching one of his, I would just rewatch The Shining or Clockwork Orange, anything he's done. You know.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So let's kind of get into some things here. We got the title track, and then we're gonna hear "I Hear Satan," which I said it's kind of got like that sharp, that Elmore James kind of blues riff that like Led Zeppelin used kind of a lot, and "I Hear Satan" that kind of thing.
I
stabs the listener a little bit.
Yeah, I put slowed down Judas Priest from Sin After Sin riffs.
Yeah,
with some Nugent. And a touch of Gordon Lightfoot.
Oh shit, I like that.
But I just watched a Gordon Lightfoot documentary, so I think it's more the balladier kind of thing that was happening.
I said like that.
That's great. Of course, he's dodgy and infrequent with music. I don't know what that means.
I like dodgy. It's a good word. I said the riff and "I Hear Satan" kind of sounds like it's floating, like trapped underwater. It's like a druggy haze. Mm-hmm. I said that invites the listener into this dark, beautiful world of sin. Like Sin After Sin. Yeah.
There we go.
And then we get "No One Will Be a Stranger," which is the last song we'll hear from some "Say Goodnight to the World." And I didn't have much to say. I just said it's kind of like a punkish rockabilly. It's kind of like an economical song that kind of gets distorted near the end. It's kind of a fun ending for this kind of this era of Dax, you know, a little bit. It's kind of riotous and a little bit more energetic than a lot of the stuff on this record. But yeah, kind of a fun way to sort of go out. So let's get into it. We got one more from "We Sing of Only Blood or Love," the "Scarlet of Heaven Nor Hell." Then "Say Goodnight to the World" from the aforementioned record, "I Hear Satan," and "No One Will Be a Stranger."
Got the shadow in my shoes, all the blackness in my blues. If we're lost, how can we lose? You're asking me, I'm asking you. Oh, scarlet of heaven or hell, scarlet of heaven or hell. No rapture, we're doing now. Scarlet of heaven or hell. Got the sparrow in my scalp, all nightmares in its bones. If we're lost, how can we lose? You're asking me, I'm asking you. Oh, scarlet on heaven or hell, scarlet on heaven or hell. No rapture, we'll do it now. Scarlet on heaven or hell. Yeah, yeah.
No One Will Be a Stranger, I Hear Satan, Say Goodnight to the World, and Scarlet of Heaven Nor Hell. So it's been a journey, Mark.
It has.
It's, you know, from the interview with Sammy to just putting these kind of together. It's going to be fun. I'm excited for where we're going to go with this Doom kind of series.
Will every show be a 3-part 9-hour show?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think so. I would like for the next one to possibly be a longer 1-part one, but it really depends on what we get back as an output from the people we're asking to get involved.
Sure.
So it's a little less.
The next stuff we're talking about, I've got a lot to say about the.
Well, that I'd like to.
We're gonna hold that one off.
I think hold off just because I think that interview might be the harder to get lined up.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and go for the next gimme one just to give us a little breathing, because I don't want a Sammy situation where it's literally the day before where he finally is like, yeah, let's do this, and you're like, oh, shoo, okay.
Yeah.
That's my only worry about that. We can talk off mic about it.
Sure.
I have some kind of thoughts on it, but I think people will be excited. We're going to give them a lot of some curveballs. I think maybe Acid Bath and Dax was maybe a curveball, which, hey, let's not be predictable.
When that was the thing, when we started this thing as a Doom series, U.S. Doom series.
I mean, there were 2 bands we immediately wrote down.
Yes,
we've done one,
but also this was
everybody can predict's coming.
Yeah, this was more It was more of a broad idea of that genre, because it might be the most broad subgenre of metal.
Yeah,
there's so much stuff that's there.
Psychedelic Doom, Stoner Doom.
Yeah, traditional Doom, stuff.
Traditional Doom, yeah.
And I think the States might have the broadest Doom.
Yeah. The British stuff is kind of... It feels... You could just kind of tell.
It's distinctly British.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always that melancholic, British thing that you just can't get out of the States.
Sure.
I mean, it's the difference between Blue Cheer and Black Sabbath.
Well, and speaking of, we have some comments from one of our patrons, Jess, about the St. Vitus show, and she wrote, "St. Vitus, oh my, I'm really excited about this one. I started listening early in episode 1. It kind of reminded me of something. It had a pentagram vibe with this 70s recording quality, but a darker Sabbath thing going on. I was running through all these proto-metal bands I've been listening to in my head and coming up empty. Then it struck me that Vitus reminded me of that first self-titled Witchcraft record, which I love and have listened to a million times.
Firewood?
Yeah. Seems really bizarre to have a band that predates another by over 20 years remind you of a band you like, but I guess that's what happens when you start digging. I remember reading that Witchcraft started as a Pentagram tribute band, so it kind of makes sense. I love Scott Rieger's vocals and depressing lyrics. Honestly, I was scared to death to keep listening because I really liked what I was hearing, and I was afraid they'd take a turn for the worse. But their whole discography is pretty damn solid. I prefer the stuff with Rieger, but I like the other stuff too. And I love hearing their story. I think it worked really, really well having the interview clips breaking up the talk sets and music. I also really liked hearing about the frustrations the band had regarding the cover art. And just consideration of the cover art and regarding the album as a whole work of art. I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the Doom series episodes. So thank you again. It's Bob Dylan's birthday, but I was blasting St. Vitus.
Dave will be happy to hear that.
And then she continued on. She goes, oh, it's like a little bit later. She goes, of course, Mark mentioned Witchcraft in episode 2. My epiphany didn't seem half as unique. Oh, well. I did share the St. Vitus episode link with my tattoo friend who introduced me to Witchcraft in the first place, and he promised to check it out. So pretty cool. And then she wrote, totally worth pulling up episode 2 again to hear the story about how Armando sitting on the hood of that promoter's Cadillac. Awesome. So... I'm
glad that people are. I think Wino's the obvious choice.
Yeah.
I think Scott's a more interesting vocalist.
I think he's doing some really crazy stuff.
But I wouldn't have liked.
Wino's like a rock star.
I liked Wino when I was younger.
Yeah.
Because it was easy to get into and it was kind of what I expected. But then after bands like Sir Thungul and just weird
Manila Road,
like those kind of weird vocalists that are just so singular, but they have such a wealth of recordings and stuff too. It's just there's just something really charming about it that I think stands out more than like Wino. That's that's the easy choice. I think.
Sure,
but I'm glad to hear other people are digging on.
That's why
Rieger.
I'm kind of pumped, and for those of you who are patrons or those of you that aren't patrons but are going to sign up, I am kind of pumped. because one of the journeys we're going to be going on with the first Patreon show that we do is a band that Mark has admitted to me that he never really liked back in the day, but he's fully prepared to start enjoying them. And I think Robert Lowe is another one of those guys who's like kind of odd because he's kind of coming from like
he was
power metal.
He was out of time.
Yeah, he's kind of coming from power metal, but he's in this like band that's doing Candlemass riffs and shit, which Messiah was also like a weird fucking guy. And so I think you're in for like a fun treat. And I'm excited because I really liked Solitude Eternus, and I'll talk about this more in the Patreon episode, but this is a little sneak peek for people to kind of tune in. But I really, really, really liked Solitude Eternus on my own. Mm-hmm. And then I started hanging out with Chris, and I think Chris was like, and so I kind of stopped. Like I didn't sell those records, but I really, really liked them.
How did you get into them from a comp or something? Or
I think Metal Maniacs.
Okay,
because Metal Maniacs spoke really highly of, especially their third record, Through the Darkness. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, they were
the first one on Pavement.
They were like an outlier too, because nobody, like Trouble, really wasn't doing. Maybe they were still doing stuff.
Well, and like, were you into Trouble back then?
No, I thought they were stupid.
And see, that's the thing. I think
I didn't like Wagner's vocals.
I think like you and Chris kind of had this like, you guys were, and I can totally get it. You were overwhelmingly in love with like Death, Doom, and Britain.
Yes.
And like the American shit, like like it just wasn't like.
It seemed old timey.
Why when you can go to Paradise Lost, Anathema, and Bride, and Cathedral, like, and I get that.
Yeah.
I just didn't have that entry point because I was just a fucking young kid buying Metal Maniacs at Meyer, just trying, that's how I discovered Tiamat. I just read a review and it was like, if Pink Floyd were a death metal band, I was like, holy shit,
that sounds cool.
And I marched in New Moon and there's fucking Chris working, and game changing moment. But so like I didn't know any better. I didn't know what I was supposed to like or not like in terms of like the cool, you know what I mean?
So, we weren't cool at all, but we had our thing.
Like I looked up to you guys and like you guys had a fucking magazine. So like, how am I going to argue that? You know what I mean?
Made at Kinko's.
Holy shit. I had a cover and Opeths on it and shit. So it's interesting because I kind of turned that pipeline off. And so like putting together the first Patreon show, I'm kind of pumped for myself to get back into it because it's like, I haven't really done a deep dive on these guys like ever. Except for like that one
guys that were
records.
like 3-4 years older than us really liked Solitude Eternus.
That makes sense. And I think the Wagners and those guys were way into that stuff. And I think that's because they're coming out of the Manila Roads and Ungools. And
to be honest, we didn't understand where the fuck Cathedral was coming from. And if I would have heard Trouble after Cathedral, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
There is a lot of fucking like Cathedral's not as unique as you might think.
Sure.
But it's
still great.
It's all they're still great, but it's like your entry point. And I'm glad that I get to go back and like appreciate, these other bands like even more now.
Sure.
So it's just
it's kind of like the thrash
it's a win-win.
series. One of the reasons like when, like how we kind of tried to curate that is to like challenge ourselves to go into some areas like shit I've always heard about, but like I've never fucking deep dove into Morbid Saint.
I think Dark Angel was the only obvious choice.
Yeah, and Violence maybe, to some, and maybe Forbidden. We kind of bookended it with like the two obvious choices.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything in between was like, all right, let's roll the dice and see how this fucking. I didn't know if I was really gonna like some of those bands. Snow White and some of that stuff. It was pretty surprising, and so.
Snow White was another one of those ones where I was like, I would have never ever bought that on my own.
Yeah.
And then we did that, and I was like, God, this is then Cyclone Temple. And it's like, it just all worked. Like
the doors just keep opening.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild. So if that's we'll be recording that the next time Mark and I get together, along with maybe some other things. But if you're interested in become a Patreon and checking out some of this exclusive stuff that is available only to Patreons, go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast. Or go to our website, requiemmetal.com, where you can find the first 160 episodes. There's Judas Priest, Slayer, Catatonia, My Dying Bride,
Dismember,
Bolt Thrower, Anathema.
They're all
Opeth.
short.
Yeah, much shorter. They're not as epic as these ones are.
They're most of them are about an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes. Yep, exactly. Edge of Sanity.
Number
Dismember to celebrate. 2 Dismember episodes, so you can celebrate like Everflowing Stream's 30th.
Is there 2?
And we did one just on Like an Everflowing, and then we did one on the entire history of Dismember.
I don't remember doing the just like an Everflowing.
Yeah, that was like 1:30ish. So it was probably the later part of before our like kind of shutdown.
Yes.
So some of those episodes are the ones I kind of forget about. like when we did like, Craft and R Noir, and like you're just like, oh yeah,
I remember doing those.
But yeah, we did it was probably one where we were like, shit, we need an episode. Let's talk about an album we know without having to do research.
But yeah, it was like doing the Entombed EP.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we did a Left Hand Path episode too.
Yeah, we did.
Yep. So, but yeah, we used to do a lot of Swedish episodes.
It was easy. Is what we do.
It's our go-to thing. Now we're challenging ourselves a little bit more with stuff.
Now I'll be doing YouTube episodes and Roxy Music episodes.
Exactly. A little bit out of our comfort zone. But so you can sign up and become a Patreon in either of those places. If you go to the website, Requiem Podcast or requiemmetal.com, there is a link to Patreon stuff there. There's a link to Mark's artwork. There's links to some merch that you can kind of get.
Yeah, if you want some shopping bags or T-shirts.
Yeah, man. Yeah, support Requiem. If you see us now.
I'll make some new stuff soon so we can... We'll see, maybe they have like sweatpants or something cool where you can do something like that.
Yeah, tell us what you want. We'll sort of make some stuff too.
I'm sure there's... Well, we're getting out of the mask thing, but I'm sure that's an option.
Yeah.
If anybody wants a Requiem Metal Podcast mask,
there you go.
I'll
especially because
there's
some festivals coming up. I know myself and I think Chris will be at the Psycho Las Vegas Fest. Mark and myself and Chris will be at the Decibel Beer and Metal Fest
in September.
And then also Maryland Death Fest, which is not till 2022. But
I'll be there for
so hey, get your Requiem swag, show up. We'll have a meeting of the minds. We're going to have a little Requiem club and represent. And
I'd love to talk to you guys in person. It'd be great.
I know some people have said, hey, if we're at some of these festivals, I think Andreas might be at Psycho Las Vegas.
Oh, he definitely owes us some beers.
I'm excited.
Man.
Yeah. I owe him a beer and he owes me one. So, yeah. We can talk Queensryche with Chris and he'll be super excited. So.
Yeah.
Just kidding, Andreas. We'll talk about Bolt Thrower and Miley Cyrus.
Yeah. If you need, you can put me on speakerphone. We can talk about
there you go.
Realm of Chaos for 15 minutes.
Hell yes. Maybe I'll come home with a Bolt Thrower tattoo. Maybe Andreas and I can get hammered and go get matching Bolt Thrower tattoos and stuff. So
good. We haven't gotten a friend tattoo yet.
No.
I've already got several Bolt Thrower tattoos, but I'm always down for more.
Yeah, I need to get something. I'm due for my 4th. So we'll see. I've got 3 right now. But I lost track. Mark's got a few. He's got a couple arms full. But so check us out if you want to get some messages, some feedback on these shows about what you're thinking about. Maybe you're new to Dax or new to Acid Bath. We'd love to hear some of those kind of thoughts, whether you're a Patreon or not. You can get a hold of us at requiempodcast@gmail.com. Also, you can find us on Facebook, Jason and Mark, or on Twitter. We'll read those messages as well. And I forgot to mention this in part 2, but please, please, please go to iTunes and leave us a review, leave us a rating, please. That does help us out, help us get discovered into the rotation of how all those algorithms and stuff go. So I know there's thousands of people listening to this. So if even half of you just took like 2 minutes and went and give like a quick
10% of you,
that would like blow us up big time.
Because I would say out of our listenership, probably 7% are active patrons.
Oh yeah,
maybe 5%.
Yeah, not even that probably. Yeah. So,
but anything helps, and all like these shows. As much as time as we put into them, we also put in a lot of money into them. We don't. We buy.
Yeah.
We buy records. We buy CDs. We buy books. We buy videos to do all this research.
Just told Mark about a really dumb purchase I just made on eBay. Tracking down, I had to go on eBay in England, and I found a Terrorizer Doom Metal issue that cost £9 for the magazine, for a single magazine, and £22 to ship. So I did that for this Doom series. That's that's right there. That's 3 patrons. Sign up right now to hit us back. That would be really nice if we get 3 more people to do
every little bit. As long as we can be self-sustained. I mean, we'll do it no matter what because we enjoy it, but it helps when we get that little bit of extra
for sure.
Because we're not made out of money,
and we know we're doing something that no one else is doing right now. In fact, I will share this one last thing before we kind of get out of here on kind of a high note. But somebody was kind of tweeting, and I don't know. I think I'm friends with, or this person like follows me. Depresso Martini is their Twitter handle.
They might like this episode.
But they just said, does anyone who listens to podcasts and enjoys heavy metal have any good metal podcasts to subscribe to? Ideal would be short form analysis like the @Dissect podcast, but for metal, or long form analysis like podcast Requiem stuff. So
That's cool.
It's good that we're in the zeitgeist for though honestly, Dissect podcast, I was telling Mark about it, is a great podcast. I like the format it does, and that a whole season is breaking down album song by song with a lot of historical context. I respect the shit out of that. It's not a format we could do it, but somebody else is doing it. So like,
I don't. It's probably doesn't necessarily fit the metal genre quite as.
Yeah,
I mean, we'd be painting much broader strokes of. We could do like Metallica shows or something.
He does hip hop because hip hop often, like, the only way you could do it is if you're doing like concept records, because otherwise, like, there's not a narrative sort of focus to a lot of metal records. They're just like singular moments and stuff like that.
Queensryche.
Yeah, we do multiple seasons on Queensryche just for everyone. So. But so we're gonna end with a cover. And this is somebody that, Dax Riggs kind of mentioned as an influence, and I thought it was pretty cool. It's a guy that I love quite a bit, and Mark's a big fan of as well, Leonard Cohen. And his famous Blue Raincoat from, I think, his third or fourth record that he did, 1972, 71, somewhere around there. And it's a
lovely Canadian man.
Lovely Buddhist monk. Yep.
May he
Bob
rest,
Dylan of Canada.
May he rest in power.
He's been known, yes. I never got to see him live.
He loved his cigarettes, man.
Yep, which is probably what got him in the end.
Yeah.
So it's interesting thinking about like a Buddhist monk that smokes cigarettes, but gotta do what you gotta do. It must have been his. It's his path.
I mean, everybody's got their weaknesses
for sure. Yeah.
What would you call them?
Vices.
Vices.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Yep. But this is Dax Riggs live doing famous Blue Raincoat, and kind of a cool way and a perfect song for him, and a perfect way to sort of end this 3-part series from our doom metal series that we are underway. And so for Requiem Metal Podcast, Acid Bath, Dax Riggs, and all the accoutrements that accompany that, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
It's 4 in the morning, the end of December. I'm writing you now just to see if you're better. New York is cold, but I like where I'm living. There's music on Clinton Street all through the evening. I hear that you're building your little house deep in the desert. You're living for nothing now. I hope you're keeping some kind of record. Yes, and Jane came by with the lock of your hair. She said that you gave it to her that night that you planned to go clear. Did you ever go clear? Oh, the last time we saw you, you looked so much older. Your famous blue raincoat was torn at the shoulder. You'd been to the station to meet every train. You came home without Lily Marlene, and you treated my woman tell you, my brother, my killer? What can I possibly say? I guess that I miss you. I guess I forgive you. I'm glad you stood in my way. If you ever come back here for Jane or for me, well, your enemy is sleeping and his woman is free. Yes, and thanks for the trouble you took from her eyes. I thought it was there for good, so I never tried. And Jane came by with the lock of your hand. She said that you gave it to her that night that you planned to go clear. Did you ever go clear? Leonard Cohen, thank you.